Oh! What the? Oh! I just got this in like over. I'm a hacker. What the? I'm low-key gonna skid open this now. Oh, is that emote? Wait, what? Did you just send me an unreleased skin? Oh, coming in lately. I'm a hacker 69. What the? Did a hacker just gift me? I'm low-key gonna skid open this now. What the? Okay. Oh, that emote? Wait, what? Did you just send me an unreleased skin?
Yeah. Dropped out of school, now we done rich. It sound like some 4301 shit. All my niggas wanna do is pop style.
Right. So, waves are rising for this time of year. What? Oh no. This is such a drag. Like that.
Thank you, hero. You've saved our town. I can offer you the breastplate of Argon or the staff of Netherwind. Thank you, hero. You've saved our town. I can offer you the breastplate of Argon or the staff of Netherwind. Breastplate. Here you go, hero, and thanks again. We appreciate you. Hello, adventurer. Thank you for saving our town. I can offer you the breastplate of Argo or the staff of Netherwind. Breastplate. The staff of Netherwind. Breastplate. Let's look the same. Points is. Why don't you try it on now? What the?
Yeah, big 15, man.
Do the little things right, and the big stuff takes care of itself. That's why we use delicious 100% British apples and convert all our apple waste into green energy. So go big on the little things. That's when you can taste it. For the perfect cider, go the extra.
When heartburn and indigestion take you out of the moment, take Gaviscon Double Action.
So once we've returned the garlic farmer's sword, that clears pretty much this whole area, right?
Yeah, it should do. Actually, are you sure we're going the right way? I'm pretty sure we're supposed to go east with the fallen log.
Oh, no. This is a shortcut. You can skip Alderkeep completely if you come
Oh, really?
Yeah, saves like half the turtle.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
I didn't know about that.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Sweet, here we are.
Ah, bugger.
You got health potions, eh?
Yeah, what's that?
I just thought when we get down the bottom.
Oh, what do you mean?
Just so we can heal back up when we hit the bottom.
What do you mean the bottom? This is a dead end.
No, path continues, just down there.
Oh, yeah, way down there. Yeah, I guess we just got to go around to get to it.
What? No, just jump.
What?
Just jump off the cliff.
What do you mean jump off?
What do you mean, what do I mean? What do you think I could possibly mean? I don't know. Like, what other options are there? I mean, think about it. Really think about it. Break your brains. Use that small lump of meat inside that empty skull. What could I possibly mean by jump off the cliff into the path below?
Oh, yeah, great idea, Ben. Let's jump to our deaths for absolutely no reason.
Where's it coming from? That's like half our health at most. That's why I asked if you had the health potions.
On what planet is jumping off this massive cliff not kill us, Ben?
This planet, Rowan. This one.
Oh my
The
God,
one we're
I don't
always
know.
in. The one in which I'm always right, and
Oh,
you never trust me. Here, look, calm down, calm down. You're getting flustered.
I'm not getting flustered. I'm not getting flustered. I'm
Just
not
calm
getting
down.
flustered,
Watch. I'm going to show you.
Yeah, this will be good.
Look, open eyes. Here we go.
Whoa!
Come on.
No, I'm gonna still go around.
What? Why?
I'm just gonna. Okay, I don't. Yeah.
What? Are you going to come what?
Hey.
Changing landing positions again.
Did you know that?
He just said land the glider. So, you know, since, you know, I'm not focusing and I'm watching a YouTube video. Oh, fuck off, fly! Why are you having a line on a fucking Samsung telly? Fucking go away! No. But a fit there.
Let's. If you said Red Hammer, you're not a sociopath. Everybody else, you might be.
Inhale as you drop down, and exhale as you push up. This gives you a little boost. You don't understand anything. Appreciate your chest muscles. Lower your head and body all the way down. Don't forget, you can drop to your knees at any time. Be grateful for your body and muscles.
А может еще, блядь, без рук можно?
So, where are we landing then? Nowhere. Just, where are we going? Seriously. Why is he deployed his squad? I'm gonna kill these rubbish teams. I literally am gonna kill these. I am gonna kill these randoms. I am literally gonna kill these randoms. I swear to fucking God. I'm not landing here, I'm just using this to get up. Like, this is ridiculous. I just hate randoms. I mean, what are they doing? I just don't. Like, what is this? What is he went AFK? Randomly? Oh. Random people in Arena, man, are so useless, I swear. I've been with like one good team, and I've played like at least 20 matches now. Not today, but over like the last couple of days. That pickaxe sounds awful. His pickaxe, like the Omega Knight, that pickaxe sound is absolutely horrible. Why am I in lobbies with these? Like, why is he going AFK for? Fucking move. Oh my Jesus. Fucking idiots. You idiots. Like, Jesus Christ. This is what it's coming to. This is ridiculous. Playing football there. What the fuck? This is definitely one of the worst teams I've played with, which actually hasn't just left the match. Like, they go AFK every like 3 minutes. Knocked! Lol. Oh shit. You fucking idiot. Jesus fucking Christ, I'm on a shit squad. I just gave him Siphon. It really is unreal. This is just kill me. Like literally, honest to fucking God. Oh my Jesus. Like what is... It's just off. Yeah, just kill me. This is the worst. Like, can you just... Actually, honest to God. Oh my Jesus Christ, that is the worst team I've ever played with. Actually might be. Like, for fuck's sake. So useless all the time. How have I only got 560 fucking... How have I only got 565 points? Just killed like 4 people. So I should have right now 695 points. Why don't I have that many? Oh, I'm a legend. Ooh. You fucking idiot. What the fuck is he doing? What are you doing? You trash. Okay. That one no trigger in 52. Well, push him. Watch. From behind. Oh wow. You're dead. Oh my. Why? Oh yeah. Well, let me at it. Yeah, very good lads, very good. Hopefully it actually lets me keep my arena points this match. Because we got 9 kills, this is a decent match. I mean, the last match was decent and it didn't let me keep my points, so don't know why. Where is the rising for this time of year? With future pixels near factories far away. Can you like start pickaxing the fences? You idiot! Alright. I'll let him off. even though it was... If it will let me build instead of editing. Sad, man. Oh my. Fucking sake. Kid, we don't need it. We really don't need it.
Right there.
No, I'm here, isn't it?
Still hurting as much, not stop hurting as much at all.
Stop doing that with that door.
You think you're a fucking Grim Reaper?
It helps my ear. Did you hear me? It helps my ear. Doesn't annoy me. It's not hurting us. Did you hear me?
Yeah, it helps in your ear.
It's not hurting us, it's annoying.
Well, what do you mean? If it's not hurting, how's it annoying then?
It's just annoying.
It's fuck off flying now then.
I know, it's fucking annoying flying around. It's just annoying.
You shut up like that door, 'cause that's what it's sitting.
Did you hear me? It's just annoying, it's just there.
Sitting there eating fucking M&M chocolate, it comes.
I wasn't sitting there eating M&M chocolate.
It's one.
I had one little raw.
Okay, well, not on this side, so it's very nice.
When am I having... What's the time?
12.
When am I having snack? Lunch? Not food, man, I'm just hungry. Get the cool shoe shine. Oh my Jesus, this is so annoying. Get the cool. Get the... Oh my god. There's a person behind us, by the way. Get the cool shit. I'm not having a far fight. Let's go up to him. Sake. Get the cool shit shine. Oh, so why are you building in wood? Get the cool. Oh my god, this guy's built up even further. I was just about to get in a cone. What is he doing, man? Get the cool shoe shine. Why is it quite been so high up? Get the cool. Get the cool shoe. Oh, for fuck's sake. cool. Get the cool shoe shine. Get the cool. Fuck's sake, is gone. Get the cool. Oh my god, I'm dropping this. Oh crap. And I've just fell down. Oof. It's just me, or can I not find fucking anybody? This clutch, man. Oh my, what are you doing that for? Oh, you upstairs. Oh, God. Oh my Christ. Yeah. Jesus. Oh, fuck off. What? Do one, kid. Fucking hacking. Oh my. I'm literally, that is the worst team ever. kids hacking, shooting me through a wall. Actually, hacking hackers. Like, I'm getting shot through a wall, man. I'm literally versing hackers here. Fuck off, man.
You don't mind, do you?
No, not at all.
You kids have fun and run. Have Kimmy home by T-minus 10 and counting. Kimmy home by T-minus 10 and counting.
T-minus.
I got guns in my head and they won't go. Spirits in my head and they won't go.
And my mic's muted. I don't know how long it's been muted for. You like, mind, you could have just edited it, you fucking idiot. But, yeah. There's nothing you can say to him. He isn't out on when the space has been broken. It's broken. Our love is broken. I'm going on mute. I'm going on mute until a while into the song. they died, I was still listening to this song. Okay, I really keep forgetting to unmute my mic. Distant stars.
between her mannerisms and tone of voice says it all. Let's go on.
You are not the only.
Yeah, he is explaining the jokes. Like we didn't type up adult jokes in kid cartoons. Like we didn't type it up. Like we don't have the brain to comprehend. Like he is acting like we slow.
One with powerful eyes.
Yeah, but I bet I'm the only one with see-through vision.
I've never been so jealous of a nigga superpower.
Nice. Animation. Talk about the animation. Teen Titans, the original show, had a dirty joke in it. The character is able to see through clothing.
What's funny, I think what's funny about dirty jokes in kid cartoons is that I watch so much anime that what he said is just like it's normal as fucking anime.
Concerned about the fight there, buddy. He's concerned about unraveling some things. I didn't notice this when I was younger, but that was a joke. Very clever, right? Very clever.
Had to be black.
Why? This is kind of weird to do. Let's go on.
So let's say you had vision that could see through clothes. It's weird that you use that vision to see through clothes? Even if you weren't a pervert, and I guarantee you still be curious. A nigga like me, I'm gonna be like, hold up, that nigga cock really is? Let me activate my eyes.
What is one, Bimo? Yes, Bim. It goes in my butt.
Oh. I like how the background music is so confused when the other people with this. But this one got a peaceful tone as Emo literally tells the main character, Finn and Jake, to put it in his butt. Now, the thing is...
Remember Adventure Time? That fucking sucks. And obviously it was good at the time, but now you're like, why the fuck? But isn't that... It's the same with everything, you're like, why the fuck did I watch that shit? It's just like that show that I watched a couple of years ago. I do not know why I watched it. This wasn't a kid show or anything, it was just like a normal show, but I was like, why the fuck am I watching this? So, mental, I know. The preview, can it give me the minis? Where's my other team now? Now where is it? Oh. Yeah, just kill me. Let me get your point and then I'll leave.
Jake to put it in his butt. Now, the thing about this clip is, I thought this is an innocent clip, but if you're thinking, I don't know what to say about this.
I'm not even gonna lie to you, bro. This is a stretch. You gotta be weird. You're weird for this. This is a stretch. Like, they tried to make a little corny joke, and you made it weird, bro. You made it so much weirder than what it was.
Gonna attempt to say anything. Realistically, this is how technology works, especially BMO, the device he is.
Nah, you a weirdo, but nah, he's dragging this one for
sure.
sure.
I understand why he would say that.
He's
an innocent character, but even Finn and Jake had to kind of question and say, okay, wait, hold on.
You know what's interesting though? I just caught something. Y'all see like his arm is the O in BMO? I never caught that.
Innocent character, but even Finn and Jake had to kind of question and say, okay, wait, hold on a second. What are we doing here exactly? F it, we're just going to do it and put it in. Interesting.
What? What did you just say?
Exactly. F it, we're just going to do it and put it in.
Hello?
Now I'm going to give you guys a caution. The next one I'm about to show you is crazy.
Okay. Yeah! I remember girl from Shouter. She had a fat one just about.
I'm in a lobby full of shadows. I've only got 7 clan wins. I'm in a lobby with shadows.
Oh, God. Oh, God.
Pituitary gland. Maybe little, but he has big plans. Maybe little.
Okay, now he's going crazy. Now he's going crazy.
That brought out the freaking book, guys. Sat me down, and talking about the pituitary gland.
God, she saw too many cocks that day.
Wait, I just heard I'm in a lobby with no lifers. So, that's my excuse if I die. And the fact that I got an ear infection, can hardly hear anything, and it's hurting me, it's just play the game. So, yeah. Hold on. What are you doing? Going AFK? No. Oh my fuck. You see what I mean? You see what I mean? I'm in Division 3! Why? I'm in Division 3! Go away! Like, oh my god. So are these no life as well?
Did we do a good job? Yes. Am I gonna smash it? Yes.
Please, Saraka, whatever.
So Dimarzio has just confirmed that Kylian Mbappe will stay at PSG, having verbally agreed to go to Real Madrid for the last few months. It's all about opinion, people. It's all about opinion. But my opinion is that Kylian Mbappe has spent all his career in France. He's going to be 24 in December, and he's now going to spend 3 or 4 years more in France. Just because he's basically going to become the CEO. I mean, I'm sorry, it's the bad side of football. PSG fans, I get it. Well done. You're very, very happy. But your league is not competitive. The French league is not competitive. And when Kylian Mbappe was mentioned as a potential heir to the throne of Ronaldo and Messi and Neymar, that means go and play in a proper league. And to turn your back on that, to stay in Paris, whether he supports them or not, you're not Messi at Barcelona in one of the best leagues in the world. You're PSG in the French league, which is not even in the top 5. I think it's a shame of a decision for football, but obviously money talks, as it always seems to in the modern game.
Date night? Let's add some flavour.
Rainbow stars, let's
Why is the land in there? What a boring place to land. What a shit place to land, man. Why are we landing here? Holy Jesus.
At present, Deadpool's regeneration and healing powers are the most prominently displayed superpowers on film to date. Not counting Wolverine Origins, because who does really? The first Deadpool movie chose not to bog down audiences with complicated power and origin backstories. We're here to set the record straight about Deadpool. He's one of the most versatile and powerful superheroes thanks to a wide range of often overlooked abilities.
Star in your own horror film.
Remember to get your subscribing on to CBR before you watch. It's like getting a present in your inbox every day.
Think of it like spring cleaning. Only if spring was death.
Death. Deadpool's superpower activation is a result of scientific experimentation by Ajax in a last-ditch effort to rid himself of terminal cancer. As a result, much like Wolverine, Deadpool developed accelerated regenerative healing abilities. Wilson can heal himself out of pretty much any injury, and over the years, adversaries have found it pretty much impossible to kill him. The dude just keeps coming back, and back, and back again. But what if we told you the reason Deadpool can't die is not because of his accelerated healing factor, but because of his semi-friends-with-benefits status with death? That's right, actual death, with a capital D. Oh, and did we mention that Death is a lady? That's important. Long before Death and Deadpool were getting their flirt on, Death was cozying up to Thanos. Those two had a real thing going on. That is, until Death met Wade Wilson. Death made it clear the two would never do anything, not even kiss, until Deadpool died. At that point, even though Deadpool can regenerate himself out of almost any injury, he still had a few vulnerabilities. He could die.
I'm living to 102, and then die.
That potential was enough for Thanos to act. Thanos, jealous and angry, did the one thing that could stop Death and Deadpool from ever having a relationship. He makes Deadpool immortal. Good luck trying to get with Death now that you're going to live forever. Regardless of his healing factor, even if that somehow got taken away, Deadpool would not die. Like in the comics, when Deadpool was decapitated, he grew a new head and kept going.
Chris, high five.
Okay.
Merry Christmas.
Transportation device. One of the most challenging aspects of being a superhero is getting from place to place. Sure, if you're Iron Man, you can fly to wherever the big showdown is happening. Nightcrawler can, bam, teleport to his next location, but what does a non-flying, non-super speed, non-teleporting superhero do when they need to get to a fight fast? In the movie, Deadpool hires a taxi service and the affable Dopinder drives him to his destinations. They talk throughout the drive.
I'm kind of lonesome back here.
Deadpool offers romance advice to Dopinder about his love, Gita. It's a pleasant experience. However, this is not an efficient way to get to a fight. They could get stuck in traffic, get a flat tire, maybe even run out of gas, making Deadpool late.
The point is, it's bad.
In the comic books, Deadpool uses technology to aid in his transportation, including a personal teleportation device. The device is small, and he keeps it on him at all times. The need for teleportation came out of Deadpool's original villainous inclinations. When he was fighting superheroes, he needed to make quick escapes or risk getting caught by an angry hero. The teleportation device provided a swift exit and makes it difficult for Deadpool's foes to follow in pursuit. The transportation device has not been embraced by the film yet. Maybe in Deadpool 2 we'll see Wilson use a teleportation device. But then we won't get to see Dopinder.
To you, Mr. Fool.
Number 3. Resistant to toxins and drugs. There are many parallels that are drawn between Wolverine and Deadpool. Both were participants in the Weapon X program, though Deadpool volunteered for the experimentation because of his cancer.
Thank you.
Both superheroes have accelerated healing factors. They both love their spandex costumes, and they're both Canadian. An additional similarity between them relates to their inability to be intoxicated and be drugged. Deadpool's accelerated healing is a multifaceted component of his superhero makeup that protects him on several fronts. Deadpool's metabolism is off the charts. His cells are burning calories, and that means it's burning off sugar, fats, toxins, and alcohols. Not as touched upon in the film as it is in the comics, Deadpool's super-resistant genetics means foreign substances are not absorbed by his body. While it's possible with excessively high doses for Deadpool to be affected, it's a challenge for him to be dosed, as such an amount might render him incapacitated.
Why do you make me make that?
Poisons, tranquilizers, mind-controlled drugs, even regular aspirin have little to no effect on Wilson. His cells are burning off the substance's side effects the moment it reaches his bloodstream. This forces his enemies to have to rely on other means to attack him. While he can feel the effects of alcohol, it would take a lot of drinking to make it happen. In the comics, Deadpool has been seen drinking booze, but it barely gets him intoxicated. Even then, when he wakes up the next day, he's fresh and ready to kick some butt. No hangovers here. Talk about a superpower.
Oh, hello. I know, right?
Deadpool sees us, seeing him, seeing us. Deadpool directly addressing and interacting with his audiences and fans is often a source of humor, whether that's through a television screen or in a comic book panel. Wade Wilson...
That thing you're thinking of right now, there's a small business for that.
Rocket like rocket fuel.
Wilson knows that we know he exists. While it
media. If you'd like to learn more, check out the link.
Grand.
Notified about our latest videos. Madara was born during the warfare.
Alfie, what are we doing today? Zero build night that was going on, and got me and my trio, and we decided to play this tournament super late. There was only 50 minutes left to get some games in. So I challenged my trio to see how many points and where we could place with only 3 games played. I mean, think about it. Everybody else gets 7 games. We only get to play 3. Are we going to be able to place really high? That was kind of the challenge. So I thought, you know what?
No,
that would
because
be
you're
an interesting
trash.
video. So let's do it. But before you watch this whole entire video, think of like a mental placement. Where do you think we're going to place if we can only play 3 games? Keep in mind, there's 5,000 total trios playing in this right now. Let me know where you guys think we're going to end up. Drop a like on this video as well. It'll give you some good luck. Just do it. So if this video was recommended to you and you're new to the channel, hit the sub button because I upload videos every single day, and it also helps out my channel. And yeah, that's pretty much it. So let's see where we can place on the leaderboard in only 3 games. Let's go. No, trust. We win all 3 with 20 kills. It'd be f***ing insane. Alright, what's first right now? 177? Damn, all the good players are playing this shit. Alright, you know what?
They did good.
They've only played 3 and they're at 177. We can do the same shit. Let's go. Demon time. First game, we're landing we're landing at the blimp.
35 kill third.
No, we can get that shit. Trust, dude. Our lobby's gonna be drone lobby, dude. It's gonna be drone. We can drop a 50. I'm not even trolling.
We'll be top 1.
You gotta trust in the process, alright? Starting 2 hours late. What do you play?
1 hour
late.
1 hour.
Oh. Alright, we're in a game. Go, we can get 3. We can get 3 games. We're landing at Covert, right? Command? Yeah, we're landing here.
Hell yeah.
Not on the bus. Do people go for the cavern? What? Oh. Nah, go command cavern. Trust. Just listen, we're popping off. I swear to God. It's gonna be
it's crazy.
Nah, it's gonna be the most insane shit you've ever seen in your life. Look at the people in this game. And go Leo. Who the f***? What? Oh. Nah, go command cavern. Trust. Listen, we're popping off. I swear to God.
It's crazy.
Nah, it's gonna be the most insane shit you've ever seen in your life. Look at the people in this game. And go Lero. Who the f*** is that?
You better not die off spawn.
We're not dying off spawn.
Challenge brothers a million gliders at Collider.
Alright, well, we'll take the blimp. Dude,
no build hype night.
Russ, going to Collider. On to baby, I'm getting 20 kills this game.
Where's the baby?
For the guy across, 30. 30. Nice. He's in a jetpack.
30 white, 30 white, 60 white.
Nice. Low ground, 28, twice. On low ground.
30 white, 60 white.
No, the rebooted shifty right there in the middle. There's 2 at that shack right there in the green. I'm resing expired. Stay behind that wall.
Oh, this monster died?
Yeah, it's a fall because of the fucking jetpack, dude. He doesn't know how to use his jetpack.
Dude, he uses this jetpack, bro.
Dude, that's strat in 0 builds.
Yeah, what? Probably dead.
Nope.
Never mind, what? Dead.
Guy up top just died. There's people up there. On rewind.
Yeah.
25. Oh, cracked.
50 on manic.
A lot of people over here.
Where your feet?
On me.
75. Dead, killed on.
Nice.
I'm not.
No, you're not.
Oh my god, you got spit on, bitch.
No, we're literally going demon mode. Like,
we started waiting though. All night, no builds. Take the biggest comeback in Fortnite history. It's gonna be your title.
yeah. Yep, biggest comeback. I'm landing right here and beaming.
Oh, I'm far. I'm on
the open.
Got some kills.
Yeah, no, we're not done yet.
Where we ain't winning that. Right here. On me.
Oh, yeah.
Come in on him?
Yeah. Right here. Let me.
Alright. Oh, look how high it is. Oh, it's a tree skin. Hold tree on me.
Hold on. We're killing somebody. Dude. In the back, he's white.
Yeah, I'm white. Yeah,
3 kills, dude. He's white. This guy literally forgot how to play the game.
I'm almost dead.
You're not almost dead.
Oh, huh?
Right here? He's gonna hit the glider. He's gonna hit the glider. Look up in the air. He's white.
He's really white?
Yeah.
Hello?
You want hit a cannon and hit me. There's a mech carrier. Inform, tell the bot.
200!
No, the bot killed him!
Right here.
Oh, yeah, I see.
Bam! Not a rip.
Alright, let's go hit the rip. Do I get it?
I didn't get it.
You didn't get it? Dude, you guys are fucking brain dead!
It's gliding there.
Oh, you see him? Shoot him.
Oh, I'm not.
Ready?
You see him gliding here?
Right here. We need to get on this. We need to get on the hill. Being the guy on top of the hill.
700, Brad?
Right on top of the hill. I'm going on the hill. I'm going on the hill.
50 white.
About to land on the hill.
I'm with the boost.
You're leaving? Beating them. Get out there in the open. 20 feet.
Cracked or something? Where's the nest?
Where is it? Stand right here.
That, I'm cheating, dude.
You guys get to me just in case?
Yep, you see him?
Yeah. You got out. Going some?
That.
Kill the guy on me?
Yeah, what do you do?
I hear people walking by me. Not even by me.
They're in the head. Oh, they're just hopping. Yeah,
oh my god.
Yeah, 200. 200.
Go! You're at 70.
Oh, he's those 2 points.
Yeah? You play 2 still?
That's 71.
Well, it's
That
not
is
100.
dog
We're still, yeah, we're not even close. But if we get another game like that, dude, these players are still gonna be bad. If we get another game like that, dude. You're telling me this as if I asked. Yeah, a lot of people are gonna drop for this because we're actually in, like, okay, we're not in a good game, but, you know, like, it's,
What is this? Like, what is this? Gun didn't shoot, great. Yeah, let's try to leave. Fucking camera. I mean, I want to get about 10 points a game, but I know I'm not going to get 10 points per match. The first game is always just like, you know, pretty easy to get a couple of points at least. But every game you're not going to get like 10 points. The highest I've got in one of these is 96 points. And yeah. So, yeah. Yeah. And what is it? What? More talking about what the fuck is he doing? Placement, Phil, you're not placement, are you? Because you killed at least 2 people. At least, because I've saw him get 2 kills. Yeah, I did switch to brick, like, but, Oh, go away! Go away! Go away, you prick! This is shit, man. What? So awful, man. Fucking edit the ping! Ping shit, this is. Not playing this. Not playing this, I'm just camping. Fucking can't do a single fucking thing. These fucking cups are shit. Sake. First of all, I switched to fucking brick. Second of all, that fucking spraying me. You fucking little prick. Hackers, man. Shooting from a fucking wall. Hacking it with dickhead. Fucking hate these shit tournaments. Fucking little stupid, pathetic fucking players. Quit the fucking game, man. Fuck this, it's fucking shit, I'm deleting it. Fucking rubbish. Fucking awful, dickheaded players. I'm not allowed to play the fucking game. Probably put in a fucking match. Hurry the fuck up. Hurry up. Oh.
I'm back. I'm killing this kid. 20 feet. That's dead. Oh my god, good shit, Rian. Nice. I was not angry. Where are they? 30. Clockwork, dead. Nice. Stop it. 29 in the back. 29. 20 feet in the back. Behind the rock. Push the guy in the rock. Nice. Yeah, he's dead. Nice. Bro, I'm still in the game. You're crazy.
Hurry up.
I know, and we're gonna keep going. We're not done yet. Dropping on me. Okay. 30, crack, 30 white. Okay, hold on. I'm on the scanner. 100. Oh my, you're so lucky, bro. Nice. We can drop up 30, 40. They're cannoning on us.
I fucking hold my effort. Put it off. Turn it.
That's crazy. We're probably good in 3 games. Okay, little Jimmy. So feel free to show me your placements in all these tournaments. It's pretty cool. We had 50 minutes. It was only time to play 3. So this game ended in 53rd. Only 3 games played. It says 4 games, but we literally got in the game and literally just died off spawn super quick. We literally only had 50 minutes. It was only time to play 3. So this game doesn't even count. It's actually super impressive. The fact that we were able to place this high with 5,000 teams playing is pretty cool. And I know a lot of the commentators are like, well, Jimmy's, there's no good players that play these. Okay, little Jimmy. So feel free to show me your placements in all these tournaments and get back to me. Because there's 5,000 trios and we got 53rd. It's gotta be decent. Alright, that's 15,000 players, alright? If it was so easy, why isn't everybody else placing that high? Jimmy? Please explain that to me. Anyway, that's pretty much it. Thank you guys so much for watching. I will see you guys tomorrow with a solo Cash Cup video, probably. And, yeah, super Kiwis, and I'm out.
Introducing Magic Eraser, the new Google Pixel 6.
God, I hate these tournaments. Really fucking hate the players which play these. Plays normally. Fucking don't need to shoot me. Just leave me alone. fucking hype. Leave me alone. It's just a little hair. Hate leaving my body too weak. And Cambogia's already been here, so so boring. And the gangs, the players are joining. Actually, because if you was in zero build, you couldn't get up to this. It's a zero build tournament for new usage. Stupid. Oh god, no. Huh? I turned it off.
Inspiration is a chain.
It isn't.
Every one of us.
It isn't.
We all have the power to inspire.
We don't.
Lemons, lemons, lemons. The world is so full of lemons. When you become an Expedia member, you can instantly start saving on your travels. So you can go and see all those lemons for less.
Given that the FIFA World Cup has previously been hosted by a fascist dictatorship in Italy, a US-backed right-wing military dictatorship in Argentina, and an autocratic Russian regime led by Vladimir Putin, given that the FIFA World Cup has previously been hosted by a fascist dictatorship in Italy, a US-backed right-wing military dictatorship in Argentina, and an autocratic Russian regime led by Vladimir Putin, you could be accused of thinking that FIFA would never ban anyone or anything from the World Cup, regardless of any past or present indiscretions. The 2022 World Cup has effectively been built on the backs of modern-day slaves, and if it wasn't for World War II breaking out, the Nazis very well could have won their bid to host the World Cup in 1942, which was ultimately cancelled, having already hosted the Olympics. However, whilst they might not be very consistent, there are actually some red lines that FIFA has. Chile hosting a 1974 World Cup qualifier at a stadium where political prisoners were being detained and murdered without trial was absolutely fine. But the cacerola, a Brazilian percussion instrument, had to be banned in 2014 as organisers considered it to be a security risk. In this video, we're going a bit bigger than individual players like Maradona in 1994 and sex bans like the one that was implemented on the Brazil squad by Luis Felipe Scolari in 2002, though the surprise son that Ronaldo Nazario had in Japan 9 months later perhaps suggests that not everyone followed those instructions to the letter, and focusing only on entire nations and national teams to have been banned from the FIFA World Cup. Rather conveniently, what with this being HITC 7s and all, there are exactly 7. Here are 7 countries that have been banned from competing at the FIFA World Cup. 7. Germany and Japan, the 1950 World Cup. It is a double header to get us started, as Germany and Japan come in 6th and 7th, or in joint 7th, as I claimed it, since they were both banned from the same World Cup. The 1950 World Cup is among the most chaotic FIFA World Cups of all time. World War II had seen the 1942 World Cup cancelled, and by the time that the war ended, FIFA was virtually bankrupt. FIFA's first official post-war meeting in 1946 came too late for a 1946 World Cup to be scheduled, and when FIFA opened up the World Cup bidding process for the rescheduled tournament, which would be held in 1949, no offers to host were forthcoming. FIFA weren't the only ones who were basically bankrupt. At the 11th hour, though, Brazil came forward, on the one condition that they could host the tournament in 1950 rather than in 1940, and with no other offers, FIFA had little option but to oblige. Qualification for the tournament was a complete disaster, as 1938 and 1934 finalists, Hungary and Czechoslovakia, refused to compete, along with the Soviet Union. Meanwhile, Peru, Ecuador, and most notably of all Argentina, all withdrew after the qualifying group. Even 3 nations who actually did qualify, namely India, Scotland and Turkey, all pulled out, so only 30 teams would actually be hosted. Also among the absentees were Germany and Japan, in what is widely considered to be a de facto ban on FIFA games. The 2 foremost Axis powers during World War II, along with Italy, Germany and Japan, were still occupied by the Allies at the time of the 1950 World War, and their newly reformed football associations had not yet been readmitted by FIFA. Germany would later be readmitted as 3 separate associations and national teams, East Germany, West Germany, and Saarland. Meanwhile, the Japanese association had actually been barred by FIFA due to their failure to pay their dues in 1945. Italy, on the other hand, were allowed to compete at the 1950 World Cup, since Mussolini's government had been overthrown and their new government sided with the Allies. FIFA actually went to great lengths to ensure that Italy would be present, having been crowned champions, in both 1934 and 38, but just a year after the Superga air disaster wiped out much of their team, the Italians were knocked out during the group stage. 5th, South Africa, 1970, 1974, 1978, 1982, 1986, and 1990 World Cups. No national team has been banned from more FIFA World Cups than South Africa, who were officially banned from competing in 6 separate tournaments, and were effectively banned from even more than that. In fairness, if you are going to ban a country from a sporting competition, the fact that their central government and in 6 separate sporting governing bodies enforce a policy of strict racial segregation is probably among the strongest justifications. In 1948, despite winning just 37.7% of the vote, and therefore having actually lost the popular vote, Daniel Francois Malen was elected as South Africa's new Prime Minister, and his national
singing songs underneath the sun. Gotta do what I do again. Hey, hey, and together at the end of the day, they all say, why is the sun so far away? So I'm saying. Also, I swear this used to be a river. Yeah, it did. Where's the river? Literally, like, where is the river? Can't tell if it's still some area. Wow, even if there is. But I don't know. Yeah, I need as many white heels as I can get. Whoa, whoa, whoa. So yeah, we'll try and save the med list. No, I can almost die. There you go. Okay, we need to move like now. No more wasting time like looting and shit. Move. Like no looting for anything except for white heels. Right. Yes. And I can't see a fucking thing, but you know. It's a 5-tick now. Yeah, I'm dead. I'm dead, man. Oh my god, someone die, please. Please, we need like 2 more people to die. No, I don't need that, I need white heels. Oh, if I had just 1 more bandage or something. For God's sake, it's not letting me lead the match either. What a shit zone.
Implemented its policy of racial segregation known as apartheid. It's often said, and quite widely believed, that the sporting boycott of South Africa was a united effort by the civilized nations of the world to pressure South Africa into ending its policy of apartheid. There is some truth to that claim, certainly from the start of the 1970s onwards, but prior to that, It was actually just the case in most sports, including football, that South Africa's policy of racial segregation within the sport itself, not in wider society, was what prohibited them from competing, as it went against the sports rules. South Africa were disqualified from the 1957 African Cup of Nations for exactly that reason, and from the Confederation of African Football the following year, which was the same year that they joined FIFA. FIFA gave South Africa a year to end their discriminatory sporting policies, which they didn't, so they were suspended. In 1976, having been suspended for the past 12 years, South Africa's all-white FA was expelled from FIFA. South Africa's all-white FA was expelled from FIFA. Later efforts were made by South Africa to end apartheid solely within sport to end the international boycott. But by that stage, pressure had shifted to pressuring South Africa beyond the four walls of football alone and into ending apartheid for good. In 1992, South Africa held a referendum on apartheid, which, naturally, only white South Africans could vote in which 68.73% of voters voted in favour of ending racial segregation. A multi-racial South African national football team played their first game against Cameroon in 1992, and won. They hosted and won the 1996 African Cup of Nations, and in 2010, South Africa became the first African country, and today still the only, to host the FIFA World Cup. 4. Mexico, the 1990 World Cup. Mexico was the first country to host 2 FIFA World Cups, and will become the first to have hosted 3.
Okay, well, it just cuts from 29 to 25 then, so I guess I don't exist. No, don't exist. Okay, great. Thanks guys. And then it goes back to 29. This system is the worst system I've ever seen in my life.
Albeit jointly in the most recent instance, in 2026. Brazil...
Oh, here we go. I'm not even on that. Fantastic. So forget it.
Germany, Argentina and Italy are the only countries to have appeared at more World Cups than Mexico, who have qualified 16 times and reached the quarterfinals on both of the occasions in which they hosted the World Cup in 1970 and 1986. It could well have been 17, though, which would put Mexico level with Argentina, were it not for the fact that the Central Americans were banned from the World Cup finals in Italy in 1990. Just 2 years after Mexico had hosted and reached the quarterfinals of the World Cup, the Mexican Football Federation was involved in a pretty major scandal over the use of 4 overage players in Mexico's under-20 team at the 1980 hosted and reached the quarterfinals of the World Cup. The Mexican Football Federation was involved in a pretty major scandal over the use of 4 overage players in Mexico's under-20 team at the 1988 CONCACAF under-20 tournament. Initially, Mexico were hit with strict but unsurprising punishments by CONCACAF, as their youth teams were disqualified from several upcoming tournaments, and numerous senior officials were handed lifetime bans from the sport. Feeling as though those measures were a bit too strict, Mexico went to FIFA to complain about CONCACAF's measures. But not only did FIFA uphold all of CONCACAF's rulings, they went a couple of steps further, banning Mexico's senior team from all FIFA-sanctioned competitions for the next 2 years, which included Italian boxing. Mexico were not the first national team to violate age limits in underage leagues, but they were the first to see their senior team punished as a consequence, leaving many Mexican football fans feeling as though an example was being made of it. A week after FIFA banned Mexico from all international football in 2 years, the United States, who had launched the initial complaint about Mexico's overage players to CONCACAF, were named as 1994 World Cup hosts. The United States took Mexico's place at the FIFA World Youth Championships following Mexico's ban, leading to the conspiracy within Mexico that FIFA banned them to help the United States qualify for Italian 90 and therefore drum up interest and popularity in America before they hosted the upcoming tournament. Chile, 1994 World Cup. Probably the craziest reason a national team has ever been banned from a World Cup. Whilst FIFA was fine with Augusto Pinochet rounding up political prisoners and having them raped, tortured and killed, even at their own stadium during a qualification campaign, they were not okay with one of their players pretending to be... Alright, I'm downplaying it a little bit, but if you have never heard of the El Maracanazo scandal before, you'd probably best settle down, strap yourselves in tight, and get ready. There were 3 groups of 3 teams in CONMEBOL qualifying for the 1990 World Cup, each competing for just 2 direct qualification spots for the World Cup and 1 place in an intercontinental playoff. Chile were drawn in Group 3 up against Venezuela and Brazil. Venezuela would be easy prey for both Chile and Brazil, who drew in their first meeting with each other, but Brazil's superior goal difference meant that Chile would have to win the final group game at the Maracanã in order to progress. That would be tough. Brazil were pretty good. But in case things weren't going too well, goalkeeper Roberto Rojas had a plan B. In the 67th minute, with Chile trailing 1-0, he went to ground seemingly having been struck by a flare thrown from someone in the crowd. Rojas' injuries seemed to be pretty severe, he was bleeding heavily, and Chile captain Fernando Estengo led his team off the pitch in protest. Proceeds were particularly helped by Chile forward Patricio Yanez grabbing his genitals and mimicking the acts of sexual intercourse in front of the Brazil fans en route off the pitch. However, video and photograph evidence in the coming days showed that Rojas hadn't been hit by a flare at all. And under questioning from CONMEBOL, Rojas eventually admitted that he had cut himself using a razor blade that he had hidden inside his purse, in the hope of getting the game called off and having to be replayed, starting again at 0. You know, at a later date. Unsurprisingly, the revelation sent shockwaves through South American and indeed all of world football. And FIFA responded by banning Roberto Rojas for life, captain Fernando Estengo and coach Orlando Aravena for 5 years, and Chile as a national team from the 1994 World Cup. Incidentally, Chile were not actually banned from the 1990 World Cup. Brazil were just awarded with a 2-0 walkover, which saw them qualify ahead of Chile. And, again...
Oh my god.
So, Myanmar, 2006 World Cup. Banning Myanmar from the FIFA World Cup is a bit like banning Grimsby Town from the Champions League, or barring Alan Sugar from ever entering Mentor's High IQ Award competition, since Myanmar have never ranked higher than 97th in the FIFA World Rankings, as either Burma or since being renamed Myanmar, and they have, rather unsurprisingly, never qualified for the World Cup. They have only ever once qualified for the Asian Cup, back in 1968, but they were banned from entering the 2006 World Cup, and therefore they are eligible for this second. Myanmar is a country. Since Myanmar, they have only ever once qualified for the Asian Cup, back in 1968, but they were banned from entering the 2006 World Cup, and therefore they are eligible for this second. Myanmar is a country which has been plagued by internal conflict since gaining independence from the United Kingdom in 1948. So you might have thought that some kind of escalation in tensions or an increase in violence was responsible for their 2006 World Cup ban.
Isn't he giving me a point for top 75 now?
When the Tapera, Myanmar's armed forces, launched an offensive against the para-nationalist group KNLA, which displaced roughly 500,000 people. But that isn't what got Myanmar on the wrong side of FIFA. During 2002 World Cup qualifying, reportedly unhappy at having been drawn in Group 2 up against Iran, Myanmar didn't turn up for their opening game in Tehran and withdrew from the qualifying campaign. FIFA fined Myanmar $23,500 and banned the national team from competing in the 2006 World Cup, in what was a new low for the national team. But Russia, 2022 World Cup. Interestingly, you will note, almost no country has been banned from competing in a FIFA World Cup directly as a consequence of a conflict. That is to say, that FIFA has said, your government or armed forces have done X, Y, Z, and therefore, we have decided that you shouldn't be allowed to compete in the World Cup. In the case of Germany and Japan, it was technically due to them being occupied, their FAs having been disbanded, and not yet having been readmitted to FIFA, and even in the case of South Africa, it was initially sporting discrimination, not apartheid, more broadly, that saw them banned. That is somewhat surprising, given the fact that, since the year 2000 alone, there have been at least 16 invasions of foreign countries carried out by various governments, whether that be coalition forces invading Iraq, Kenya, Somalia, or even Russia themselves, invading Georgia in 2008 and then annexing Crimea in the ongoing invasion of Ukraine in 2014. Of course, Russia's invasion of Ukraine stepped up a notch earlier this year when Vladimir Putin began what he calls, and what Russians are required by law to call, Russia's special military operation, which has created Europe's largest refugee crisis.
Oh my. crap. Oh my god. Right, fuck that game. Also, it's rigged me out of a point.
Which has created Europe's largest refugee crisis.
It's rigged me out of a point. I didn't get a point for top 75. And it stopped cancelling out the match. Put me into a crap game already. There you go, it's added the point
Since World
now.
War II, with roughly 5.5 million people having been displaced, and a greatly disputed number of deaths, which numbers at least tens of
The
thousands.
goal is
In March
50 points. I mean, I could pretty much easily get more, but this is fucking boring.
2002, less than a week after Russia escalated its invasion of Ukraine, FIFA and UEFA indefinitely suspended all Russian representative teams at both club and international level from their competitions. It came a day after FIFA condemned Russia's use of force in Ukraine and had been criticised for failing to take any further action. An emendal.
Saiyans are an interesting and important part of the world of Dragon Ball. On top of being immensely powerful, Saiyans are rather particular, with most if not all Saiyans following specific patterns in their biology, behavior, and everything in between. This is to say that there are some things that pretty much every Saiyan does, be it by choice, coincidence, or otherwise. Let's take a look at all the things that Saiyans have in common, shall we? Saiyans have a sort of weird aging process. Even before we knew he was an alien, Goku was shown to stay the same size for over 4 years, finally having the appearance of a teenager when he reached his 20s. While we doubt this was planned ahead of time, it was eventually revealed that Goku as a Saiyan ages slower, a biological trait that allows Saiyans to remain at their peak physical prowess for a longer period of time. This means all Saiyans age slowly, and we don't just mean their aging slows down when they reach adulthood. They also take a long time to grow from children to teenagers to adults, a fact that can be seen in Goku appearing to only be in his late 20s or early 30s despite being almost 50, as well as Goten and Trunks still looking like kids. Like we said, this is something that all Saiyans have in common, since they evolved to be powerful warriors, and aging slower would allow them to fight longer, a fact that Vegeta revealed in the epilogue of DBZ. It might not exactly be immortality, but it's close, and we'd definitely trade being a late bloomer for a few extra decades of looking and feeling so young. Saiyans are notorious for their insane appetites. This is another one that started as a unique element in the original Dragon Ball series, so we can't say it was planned all along, but still, it's well known that all Saiyans love to eat. It makes sense for powerful warriors require a ton of calories, but Saiyans are particularly ravenous. Their massive power, strength, and energy output requiring them to put restaurants out of business with how much they can put away in a single sitting. Case in point, during the 25th World Martial Arts Tournament, Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan all stuffed themselves silly before they even fought in a match. Goten and Trunks eating just as much in the junior division. An even better example of a Saiyan appetite came in Dragon Ball Super, when Chi-Chi and Piccolo were seen carrying a massive haul of food in preparation for both her sons and her husband being home for dinner. Additionally, there's the fact that Goku was once shown shopping for horse meat, implying that he and Goten eat so much that Chi-Chi opts to go for the cheap stuff, but that's just our theory. Regardless, there's no denying how much a Saiyan can pack away. There are a lot of Saiyan packs that originated before Saiyans were even introduced into the series. Take Goku's tail. There was never any real reason stated as to why Goku had a tail, but we know it was the reason why he turned into a giant ape monster during the full moon. We also know that Goku's tail was incredibly sensitive, nearly paralyzing him in pain whenever it was grasped. We eventually learned that this is a weakness that all Saiyans have, though they can train themselves to get over it. However, both because of the sensitivity of their tails and the fact that it's said to be the source of their power, containing the glands needed to transform into a great ape, Saiyan warriors are sure to keep their tails safe and out of harm's way, doing so by wrapping it around their waist like a belt. One of the coolest design choices in the entire franchise. Form and function. Strangely enough, Gohan was never depicted having his tail grabbed, so we don't know if half-breeds have the same weakness as full-blooded Saiyans. Though the fact that Gohan has so much potential because he was half-human might suggest it wasn't as sensitive. While Saiyans are born with a naturally sensitive tail, it's not something that can hinder their power their entire lives. In fact, most Saiyan warriors learn very early how to overcome the overwhelming pain that's caused by having their tail grabbed.
Are you gonna open the chest or what? Fucking does that? What? Oh my god, man. Ridiculousness. You can climb up these. Oh my god, it's not even. Where's the horizon for this time of year? Okay. Where's the horizon?
Training hard and enduring a ton of pain, an experienced Saiyan warrior can overcome the limits that their tail can cause them. This isn't the only weakness that all Saiyans have the potential to overcome. They also have the ability to control their grade 8 forms. See, most Saiyans go completely berserk whenever they look at the full moon and turn into a grade 8. The form is so powerful and so primal that it causes a Saiyan to lose all sense of himself, as evidenced by all of Goku and Gohan's transformations. However, when Vegeta broke out his grade 8 form, something was different. He was still himself, and he could still speak despite being in a form that normally drives a Saiyan berserk. This is because, like with their tail weakness, a Saiyan is able to gain control over their grade 8 form, given time and proper training. But a berserker grade 8 is still much more dangerous than a trained one. The more we think about it, Akira Toriyama did a pretty awesome job connecting all of Goku's powers and attributes to the same heritage. This video is full of examples, but one particularly interesting one is the fact that Goku got stronger with every battle. A notion that one could interpret as that which doesn't kill him only makes him stronger. This was explored further during the Saiyan and Frieza sagas of Dragon Ball Z, since Vegeta explained that when a Saiyan is on the brink of death following a battle, as long as they survive, they'll gain the strength needed to overcome the power of the opponent that put them in the near-death state to begin with. It's a pretty nifty power that can be seen throughout the entire series, like in the Frieza saga when Goku gained a massive power-up after almost dying and then recovering in the healing chamber. Suffice it to say, a Saiyan's greatest strength is their ability to overcome that which once brought them close to death. And thanks to Senzu beans, Goku and Vegeta have had quite a few of those kinds of power-ups all throughout the franchise, which is sort of cheating when you really think about it. Goku is something of an odd duck amongst Saiyans. Instead of being violent, bloodthirsty, and completely lacking in empathy, Goku is kind-hearted, willing to stand up for others, and throughout many points in the franchise, downright heroic. Part of this has to do with the fact that his adoptive grandfather Gohan raised him to be a gentle-hearted martial artist. But the main reason that Goku is so unlike other Saiyans is, well, because he fell on his head as a baby. Yeah, that's right. The moral alignment of Dragon Ball's greatest hero is the result of an old man dropping a baby he once found in the woods. Were it not for that head injury, Goku would have retained his aggressive, mean-spirited personality, a personality that all Saiyans seem to naturally have. This is a result of both their battle-thirsty nature, naturally being prone to aggressive behavior, and the harsh and toxic aspects of their survival of the fittest-based society, which is probably the biggest factor in this behavior. Although Vegeta eventually learned to be kinder and more heroic, he's still rough around the edges, and one of the best examples of how Saiyans are prone to be a bit violent and aggressive. Part of the reason that Saiyan culture revolved around stamping down the weak and using power as a means of determining who are the greatest among them is that Saiyans just love to fight. While this part of their physiology isn't malicious by nature, it ended up contributing to their society's violent and aggressive hierarchy. Although Goku would go on to be an example of how a Saiyan can love battle but not be a total jerk about it. Suffice it to say, Saiyans as a species that evolved to fight have an innate love for combat, something that can be seen in both Goku and Vegeta, but not in the half-Saiyans. Again, it's not necessarily that Saiyans are mean and just like starting fights, they just enjoy the sport of fighting, something that can be seen whenever Goku challenges a strong opponent to a fight just because they're strong, and he wants to see if he can hold his own. In fact, that's sort of the entire premise of Battle of Gods. Goku is the best example of Saiyans loving battle, since he's very vocal about wanting to fight strong opponents, as evidenced by the fact that he's the reason for the Tournament of Power taking place. Saiyan culture favored strength, and because of this, there was little room for love when it came to reproduction. It was just about creating a powerful offspring to add to the Saiyan army. In fact, Saiyan men and women are pretty much wired to be attracted to strong-willed mates, a fact that Vegeta revealed when he and Goku shared a moment in which they bonded over their shared love of their respective wives' feisty and fiery personalities. Following this reveal, Piccolo's jaw dropped, everything he knew about Chi-Chi and Bulma finally making sense. Apparently, Goku likes getting yelled at by her, but can't be healthy for their relationship. Regardless, it's clear that Saiyans are attracted to, shall we say, energetic mates. Ones with personalities that reflect a strong will, who will make for a stronger next generation. Although Chi-Chi and Bulma might not be physically strong or powerful, they're easily the strongest-willed women in the entire franchise. And they don't put up with no nonsense from their husbands. At least most of the time, since Goku tends to get away with a whole lot of terrible things. Gohan and Goten, on the other hand, their mother has got those two wrapped around her finger, since she can be very persuasive when she's mad. This next entry is a weird one, since it's less of an in-story piece of lore and more of a strange pattern that we've noticed throughout the franchise. What exactly are we referring to? Well, if you look at every Saiyan that's ever been featured in the canon history of the franchise, including half-Saiyans, you'll find that one of two things has happened to them. They've either lost their tail or they're currently or permanently dead. Think about it. Who are all the Saiyans with tails? Everyone on planet Vegeta, plus Raditz, Nappa, and Paragus, all of whom are currently dead. Now look at all the Saiyans who are currently alive. Goku, Vegeta, Broly, Gohan, Trunks, Goten, and Bulma, all of whom are alive and tailless. Heck, you can even throw Pan in there since she's a quarter Saiyan and also does not have a tail. It's a strange pattern that all of whom are alive and tailless. Heck, you could even throw Pan in there since she's a quarter Saiyan and also does not have a tail. It's a strange pattern that might blow a few people's minds. It almost seems like tails are a death sentence, so it's probably just an interesting coincidence. And maybe it's not a coincidence. Maybe there's more to this than we know. Maybe we stumbled onto a gigantic conspiracy. Break out the red string and codebook. We have to dig deeper. Dragon Ball has weird naming conventions.
Whiter teeth need a mineral boost. Everyday minerals can be washed away by acidic food, weakening enamel. New Pronamel Mineral Boost helps replenish your enamel with...
Dragon Ball has weird naming conventions. Most characters tend to be named after food, with all Saiyans being named after vegetables. While we doubt there's a Dragon Ball fan alive who doesn't know this fact, it's still a pretty unique naming scheme. Especially when you learn that the Japanese version of a Saiyan is a Saiyajin, which is the pun that combines Yajin with wild man, and an anagram of Yasai, which means vegetable. This means Saiyan roughly translates to vegetable wild man. A rather silly name that Akira Toriyama played with further by giving every Saiyan a name that was based on vegetables. Some examples of this include Goku's Saiyan name, Kakarot, which is a play on the word carrot. Raditz, which is a play on radish, and Broly, which is a play on broccoli. Every single Saiyan follows this naming convention, save for the half Saiyans who were born on Earth and have Earth names, and the Vegeta royal family since they're named after vegetables as a whole, rather than specific ones, with Tarble being a play on his brother's name. As combined, they make vegetable, Vegetarble. Get it? This naming scheme can result in some pretty awesome names, like Bardock, but it's also made some stankers, like Cauliflower. There are two biological elements that all Saiyans have in regards to their hair. The first of which is that they all appear to have dark hair. While some non-canon depictions of the Saiyans have shown some blonde or red-headed members of the Saiyan race, all canon versions of the Saiyans have brown or black hair. Appear to have dark hair. While some non-canon depictions of the Saiyans have shown some blonde or red-headed members of the Saiyan race, all canon versions of the Saiyans have brown or black hair, with almost every single one of them having a spiky hairstyle. You know, we've always thought the black hair color was a bit weird, considering that Saiyans' tails have brown fur, and when a Saiyan turns into a great ape, they have all brown fur. This makes us sort of curious what color Saiyans' body hair would be, if they were ever depicted with any tattoos. Additionally, Saiyans also share eye color in common, since they all appear to have black eyes, or rather eyes so dark in color that they appear all black. This has been the case with every single Saiyan we've seen in canon Dragon Ball media, including all of the Saiyans featured in Dragon Ball Super Broly. Though not every half Saiyan has black hair and eyes, it's clear that Saiyans have pretty strong genes, since Gohan, Goten, and even Pan all have dark hair and dark eyes. We've covered Saiyan hair color. Now let's talk a bit more about hairstyle, and how it stays the same throughout their entire life. Throughout all of Dragon Ball, we never once saw Goku get a haircut. This could easily be chalked up to cartoon logic in the sense that there's no reason to show him getting a haircut. However, the series has made it a point to show other characters showing off all kinds of dudes. So it is kind of strange that Goku never showed up with new locks at any point in time, or at the very least, show up with longer hair after a time skip. We eventually learned that there was a reason for this after Vegeta and Trunks emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber. Trunks was shown with much longer hair, while his father had his usual spiky do. Vegeta revealed that full-blooded Saiyans have the same hairstyle their entire life, their hair never growing any longer. However, as evidenced by Nappa, they can still go bald. This is also probably why it took Goku and Vegeta so long to grow beards in the hyperbolic time chamber, though that could also be a result of their slow aging process. This is another strange pattern we've noticed ever since Super Saiyans were first introduced in the series. Every Saiyan who's ascended to the Super Saiyan form has had an easier time doing it than the previous one. It sounds weird, but take a look at the history of Super Saiyans. First, Goku achieved the form as an adult. Fast forward a bit, and future Trunks showed up, easily turning into a Super Saiyan as a teenager. Vegeta followed soon after, only knowing of the form's existence for a short time. Next was Gohan, who became a Super Saiyan before he was a teenager, and unlocking Super Saiyan 2 soon after. Later in the Buu Saga, we learned that Goten and Trunks could also easily become Super Saiyans at ages 7 and 8. Later in Dragon Ball Super, we were introduced to the universe 6 Saiyan Kappa, who easily learned how to become a Super Saiyan in the middle of his fight with Vegeta. Later, teaching the transformation to Cauliflower and Kale, who both learned it in mere minutes. Finally, Broly was able to easily turn into a Super Saiyan following his father's death, showing that being a Super Saiyan just isn't all that special anymore. Prior to Goku being found, dropped, and raised by Grandpa Gohan, it was a fact that nearly every Saiyan served the cause of invading and conquering planets. This was the job of the Saiyan army even before Planet Vegeta and the Saiyans fell under the control of Frieza's army, since the Saiyans' main export was wiping out alien life and bringing up the planets for selling to the highest bidder. In fact, the Saiyans invaded and conquered the planet they resided on before their demise, as they were originally from planet Sadala. They play on the word salad, since, as we learned earlier, all Saiyans are named after vegetables. The Saiyans' planet-conquering ways were only made worse by Frieza's control over them, since they were used to conquer even more planets across more galaxies under his rule. Of course, the death of a Super Saiyan eventually led Frieza to destroy planet Vegeta, but up until its destruction, the Saiyans were planet conquerors by any other name. Well, not every single Saiyan played an active role in invading planets, since those with low battle power were often forced to work as laborers or food workers, like Goku's mother Ine, but they were still helping with and participating in a planet-conquering based economy. They played an active role in invading planets, since those with low battle power were often forced to work as laborers or food workers, like Goku's mother Ine, but they were still helping with and participating in a planet-conquering based economy. Lastly, and certainly not leastly, we have a fact that's both a pattern in the series and an actual part of Saiyan biology, according to a recent piece of lore released by Akira Toriyama himself. Of course, we're talking about the fact that the more kind-hearted a Saiyan is, the stronger they'll become. We saw this not only in the fact that Goku ascended past Vegeta's power level rather quickly, achieving the Super Saiyan form because of the pain he felt when he lost his friend, but also in the fact that as Vegeta began to become a better person, he managed to get stronger, both because he had a family to fight for and because he wants to redeem his past. The idea of the Saiyan getting stronger with kindness was confirmed by Akira Toriyama, who introduced the concept of S-cells. Toriyama stated that S-cells are the cells needed for a Super Saiyan transformation, and when a Saiyan is more gentle, heroic, and kind-hearted, they're more likely to produce these cells. This is why Goku was the first Saiyan in 100 years to become a Super Saiyan, and why it's easier for half-human Saiyans to go Super Saiyan.
You know, there's a thing. Yeah. There's a thing for it.
Yeah, possibly.
One.
Fucking one, take one.
I usually have two.
You've got a big bastard spoon like that, you don't.
Put half in it then. There's like a little, I don't know, it's just a little spoon which came in the pack. The little spoon which came in the packet.
So, there you have it. Those are just some of the things that all Saiyans do. Did we miss anything? Were some of...
Can't stop till I get enough. One touch of miles above. My husband behind the boat just got me crushing all these bones. I like it.
Everyone knows the angels of the Dragon Ball universe are intimidatingly powerful, associated with gods of destruction, and seemingly care less about entire universes being wiped out in the blink of an eye. No matter what happens in everyone knows the angels of the Dragon Ball universe are intimidatingly powerful, associated with gods of destruction, and seemingly couldn't care less about entire universes being wiped out in the blink of an eye. No matter what happens in fanfiction, an angel could never fall for a god of destruction, and believe it or not, all the angels are actually related to one another. Dating prospects for these guys are pretty limited, but... somehow, we don't think they're losing any sleep over it. Today, we're going to be taking a look at these fascinating deities, and talking about some strange rules they all seemingly have to follow. Love. In the Dragon Ball universe, the gods of destruction are characters who should not be underestimated. They have massive amounts of power and can tear apart worlds in the blink of an eye, but being a god of destruction is a tough job, and you can't clown around. Well, unless you're Belmont, the god of destruction for Universe 11, who literally looks like a clown. Despite having a penchant for destruction and looking like a very scary clown, Belmont is a perfectly chill guy most of the time. He also has an angel assistant named Margarita, and the two make a very familiar pair. In fact, it's hard not to notice that. Between Belmont's clown paint and Margarita's pigtails, the two of them look like a regular Joker and Harley Quinn pair. In fact, this was even taken to the extreme in the manga, where the two were frequently depicted as more than just co-workers. Instead, Belmont and Margarita seem to be in love with one another. At least until Akira Toriyama put a stop to it. He corrected his successor, Toyotaro, and claimed that there was no way an angel would ever fall in love with a god of destruction. Since the angels ultimately take orders from Zeno, they don't have dispensation for office romances. I'm sure there's plenty of fanfiction out there that disagrees, but we have to defer to Toriyama on this one.
Okay. Oh wait, it's right there. Whoa. What power! And my gun didn't shoot. Wow, gun's not shooting now. Fucking brilliant, gun doesn't even shoot. How are you supposed to kill a player when your gun's not shooting?
Revived. As you've probably noticed by now, angels are some of the most powerful beings in the cosmology of Dragon Ball. Not only do they assist the gods of destruction and keep them in check, but they're also responsible for training them. Whis is even able to warp so quickly to affect the flow of time. In addition to having powers of divination and incredible healing, the angels can also resurrect characters who've fallen in battle. Whis was able to resurrect Frieza without batting an eye. But there are some limitations to the powers of the angels, although quite frankly they're few and far between. While Whis made bringing Frieza back look easy, he can't revive someone who has been killed by a demon. In the Dragon Ball Super manga, Jiren is trying to resurrect his former master. Jiren's on a quest to receive the Super Dragon Balls because it's the only way to bring him back to life since he was killed by a demon. Even the power of an angel wouldn't be enough to revive him under such circumstances. Gods of Destruction. We mentioned that angels are stronger than the gods of destruction they accompany, because it's their responsibility to train them and make them strong. But it's also out of necessity, since they are occasionally called upon to keep them in line. The angels and gods of destruction have a kind of strange relationship in which the angels serve the gods of destruction, but also keep them in check when the situation calls for it. Like the time Beerus from Universe 7 and Champa from Universe 6 started to get into it, forcing their respective angels, Whis and Vados, to intervene. As you've probably guessed from their titles, the gods of destruction, well, they destroy things. People, places, planets, you get the picture. But there have to be limits, and the angels have to enforce them. We've seen Whis easily put a stop to Beerus when he nearly went on a wasabi-fueled rampage in Dragon Ball Super. Frankly, Beerus has caused more than his fair share of destruction over the years, so it's good that Whis is around to keep him in check. Although apparently no force in the universe can stop him from napping. Erased. There are many ways to meet your end in the Dragon Ball universe. In fact, there are way too many to list, but as you can probably imagine, it's not easy to take down an angel. In fact, we've seen them survive the destruction of their entire universes. During the Tournament of Power, we watched Zeno destroy the losing universes in the blink of an eye, yet their angels were unharmed. When Zeno wiped out Universe 9, its angel Mojito even smiled when it happened. Things like this have served to convince some fans that there's something up with the angels, who may not be as impartial and benevolent as they appear. While we don't know for sure that they're up to no good, it's definitely an interesting theory at the very least. Or it could just mean Mojito isn't a sentimental type. Either way, it's clear the angels are nearly indestructible, and it's interesting to note their existence doesn't rely on the existence of their associated universe. It's no wonder fans wonder if the angels are all that attached to the universes they call home. Sleep. Despite their vast powers, the angels can act pretty human from time to time. They even love indulging in food to quite an extreme extent. But although they love to eat, it turns out the angels don't need to sleep at all. It makes sense that these ultra-powerful beings probably function quite differently than we do. But we've seen some other powerful beings in the Dragon Ball universe sleep. The most notable of whom is probably Beerus, the god of destruction for Universe 7. Even though he's feared by many majorly powerful characters, including the Supreme Kais, Frieza, and Shenron, he still can't resist a good cat nap from time to time. He pretty much causes massive amounts of destruction while awake and then slips into a peaceful slumber, just like a real cat. Perhaps his most notable nap happened during the All-Universe Hide-and-Seek tournament, where he derailed the event by sleeping for 50 years. But the angels don't have to experience sleep, and really it seems to make sense considering how powerful they are. In fact, it's even stranger that literal gods need to get their shut-eye, and can easily spend decades slumbering. Halos. We're not gonna lie, even for the most ardent Dragon Ball fan, the cosmology of the universe can be kind of confusing. But of course, we have the angels with a capital A, who are each associated with the god of destruction. Capital A, who are each associated with the god of destruction and have amazing magical powers. But then there are the angels with a lowercase a, who are just deceased people who have managed to retain their bodies in the other world. During the Fortune Teller Baba scene in Dragon Ball, we saw dear old Grandpa Gohan return to the land of the living, supporting a halo hovering over his head. In fact, the presence of a halo is used to denote the existence of angels with a lowercase a in various series. The 4Kids dub of Dragon Ball Kai, the halos are blurred to look like glowing orbs instead for some reason. Were we to question the wisdom of 4Kids? But the uppercase angels have halos as well. They just look quite different from the ones we're used to seeing. Their halos are blue instead of gold, and in most cases, they're located around the angel's necks. The exception to this rule is the Grand Minister, whose halo floats behind his head. There's another form of angel in the Dragon Ball universe referred to as the Angels of Hell, and these ones don't seem to have halos. Instead, they appear as cute, cuddly, cheerful creatures, who are absolute torture to characters like Frieza. Seriously, this version of the underworld looks kind of fun, but apparently Frieza isn't a fan. Names. Everyone knows the characters in the Dragon Ball universe tend to have theme names like how Saiyans are named after vegetables. For some reason, the angels are all named after alcoholic beverages, some of which are more obvious than others. The angel for Universe 1 is Alamo, who's named after Alamori, a distilled rice beverage from Okinawa. Universe 2 has Sour, who's named after the sour variety of mixed drinks, and Universe 3 has Campari, who's named after Campari, an Italian liqueur. Then we have the Universe 4 angel Cognac, named after a type of brandy from Cognac, France. The angel from Universe 5 is Cocktail, whose name is a reference to the word cocktail. God of Destruction Champa from Universe 6 is accompanied by Vados, whose name is based on Calvados, a brandy from Normandy. Next we have Whis, the angel of Universe 7, whose name has a slightly funny origin story, or maybe we should say slightly punny. The Universe 7 God of Destruction Beerus was named by screenwriter Yusuke Watanabe, and his Japanese name is Birisu, a pun on the word virus. But Akira Toriyama thought he was named after beer, so he named his assistant Whis after whiskey. Then we have Universe 8 with Korn, who, contrary to popular belief, isn't named after the new metal band, but rather a type of or corn brand. We also have Mojito from Universe 9, named after, well, mojitos, and Universe 10's Kusu, named after an aged Awamori. You could probably figure out Universe 11's Margarita and Universe 12's Martino. Emotion. We know Akira Toriyama thinks it's impossible for an angel to fall for a god of destruction, and we'll take his word for that. But it does seem like, overall, the angels display a surprising lack of emotion for the most part. During the Tournament of Power, entire universes are blinked out of existence, and none of the angels really seem to care. Of course, to an extent, this makes sense, considering how ancient and powerful they are, but still, there's something unsettling about their lack of reactions during major moments. There are a couple of exceptions to this rule, though. Campari has been shown to care about other beings, and they care about them as well. When Universe 3 is being played, Newland leaves his robot suit in order to thank Campari for all of his help. Kusu is the angel from Universe 10, and she actually looks sad to see her universe get erased. We know that may not sound like much, but when you consider her fellow angel Mojito actually smiled when his universe was erased, you can see why it's kind of a big deal. Elimination. Earlier, we talked about the fact that angels survive, even when Zeno erases their universes from existence. In fact, while most angels seem pretty invulnerable to harm, they do have a completely reasonable fear of Zeno. In fact, pretty much everyone except for Goku is smart enough to know to tread lightly around the Omni King. Zeno seems to be the one enemy the angels can never defeat, and some fans believe they may be hoping to change that. But that's fan theory for another video. However, there's also future Zeno to worry about, and we've seen him wipe out everything in the future, including the angels. The only beings to survive from his timeline were himself, Future Trunks, and Future Mind. Rank. Although the angels have a lot in common with one another, there's definitely one who stands out as being at a higher rank. While those angels accompany gods of destruction, the Grand Minister serves Zeno himself, and has done so for thousands of years. Unlike the other angels, the Grand Minister doesn't rely on a staff to use his incredible powers, but apparently he's been doing more than just serving Zeno for all of this time, considering he's had time to father all of the other angels. That's right, the angels are all related to one another, and their father is none other than the Grand Minister himself. Kusu is the oldest, despite looking more childlike than her siblings. We're not sure what's stranger, the fact that the Grand Minister has so many kids, or the fact that they're all named after alcoholic beverages. Apparently there isn't any kind of angel child protection agency in the Dragon Ball universe. What are your thoughts about the angels in the Dragon Ball universe? Do you think they're definitely up to something, or is there something about them you want to know? Dragon Ball is known for a lot of screaming, luscious golden locks of hair, epic drawn-out fights lasting multiple episodes, and incredible animation. All this was kept in check. Dragon Ball is known for a lot of screaming, luscious golden locks of hair, epic drawn-out... on-out fights lasting multiple episodes, and incredible animation. All this was kept in check for Dragon Ball Super and then some with the introduction of the Gods of Destruction. As you can guess, these guys like to destroy. In fact, it's actually their job. And they're also gods, so yeah, you don't want to mess with them. Is there anyone who can actually stop them? Well, only a few people can. Zeno for starters, but he can erase entire universes, so he kind of beats everyone. Nevertheless, there are a few rules these Gods of Destruction follow, so let's take a moment to talk about them. Destroy. As the title suggests, destroyers, or gods of destruction, have to, destroy. As simple as it sounds, this is something all destroyers are made to do. While the Kais and Supreme Kais are beings of creation and growth, the destroyers are beings that destroy planets and galaxies alike. It's a yin and yang kind of relationship, and some might even say it's an evil thing to do, but hey, somebody's got to do it. Think about the life cycle we're taught in biology class. The producers create the resources for consumers, and decomposers break down dead or dying material that will one day be fuel for the producers. It's the cycle of life, baby. The same can be said for the destroyers and Kai. If the gods of destruction never existed, there would soon be an overabundance of planets and galaxies in one universe, and nothing to really put the universe in check. A wise man once said, it's a dirty job, but someone has to do it. And the saying rings true here, that destroying planets and the like isn't so much a dirty job, as it is a thankless and some might say evil job. While destroyers rarely do what they do out of spite, it is hard to argue when entire galaxies are being wiped out. Choose and train replacement. So unlike Zeno or the Supreme Kais, destroyers are made. They aren't immortal and can even be killed in battle. So as is tradition, there needs to be a replacement in the event that happens, or rather when that happens. This would also explain why the destroyers are different races as opposed to a single race like the Kais. As such, a god of destruction needs to be chosen and trained by the angels, the beings that mentor destroyers. These trainees are referred to as agents of destruction and serve under the god of destruction until they're needed to take their place. Vegeta and Goku train under Beerus and Whis in order to become stronger, but for Vegeta, he has agreed to the training in return for being referred to as agents of destruction and serve under the god of destruction until they're needed to take their place. Vegeta and Goku train under Beerus and Whis in order to become stronger, but for Vegeta, he has agreed to the training in return for being made a god of destruction. For Universe 11, the Pride Troopers all serve under Belmont, and are all agents of destruction, but in their universe, they only destroy evil, which is rare even among destroyers, and they're largely immoral when it comes to destroying planets. For whatever reason they choose to take on this position, agents of destruction serve their gods of destruction in order to replace them. The universe needs the balance, and they don't have the luxury of being born into their position. Power. Well, this one is a no-brainer. In order to be a god of destruction, you have to have a lot of power. Enough power to destroy a planet like it was nothing, and a galaxy as if it were a fly getting in your way. As stated before, gods of destruction are ultra-powerful. They're the most powerful beings in their respective universe, with only very few mortals who can even match them. In the Battle of the Gods, it took Goku going Super Saiyan God in order to keep pace with Beerus, and even then, he was no match for the big bad purple cat. While Champa and Beerus are brothers and both ridiculously powerful, Beerus has proven to be the stronger of the two. More to the point, it has even been stated that not all destroyers are equal in power. Rodella has stated that he once beat Beerus in arm wrestling, which in itself is hilarious, seeing a little yellow mouse beat a purple cat. Slight differences in power aside, even the weakest god of destruction is more than 10 times as powerful as an immortal, with a few exceptions, of course. For example, Ultra Instant Goku has the potential to match Beerus. Such immense power? Yeah, it's necessary for the job. Line 1 on their resume. Balance the Kais. As stated before, the gods of destruction are the yang to the supreme Kai's yin. They create and make life, and destroyers take it. The cycle continues. However, it's a little more involved than that. You see, if all the Kais of the universe were to die, the gods of destruction would die too. Though this isn't common knowledge, the Kais and the gods of destruction are the very few beings who know this, and, as such, are wise enough not to fight each other. However, if it came to blows, the gods of destruction would surely win. This relationship keeps the balance of the universe in check, and to an extent, keeps the cycle going without much of a problem. While they understand this, it hasn't stopped all hostilities between the two divine beings. A great example is when Beerus trapped old Kai into the Sea Sword. Outside of this, Beerus continued to belittle and mock the Kais of his universe. The other destroyers have varied relationships with their Kais. Hey, as long as he doesn't fight or kill them outright, he's fine, right? There's nothing in the laws of the universe that says he has to be nice to them. Technically, okay, but morally, okay. No fighting each other. With all the power one of these gods of destruction has, there are some things they can't do with it. Well, technically they can, but it'd be a very, very bad idea. As a universal law, the gods of destruction can't fight each other in combat, or it'll destroy both universes they rule over. This is seen time and again with Beerus and Champa, two brothers who are destroyers. Like all brothers in the history of the world, they can't stand to be around each other and get on each other's nerves. Of course, they can't directly fight each other or destroy both universes, so they have to settle disputes in other ways. This is what brings about the Universe 6 tournament, where the two pick the best fighters in their universe to fight on their behalf. The two butt heads again later on, but instead of a whole tournament arc, they play a game of baseball. That squabble lasted a whole episode. However, gods of destruction choose to settle their differences is fine, as long as it doesn't involve direct combat. Destroyers might be pretty immoral when it comes to destruction. After all, it's their job, but destroying an entire universe is a bit of an overstep. Mentor. It takes a lot to be a destroyer. You need to blow up planets at the snap of your fingers and be able to do it hundreds, if not thousands of times a day. You don't get that kind of training on your own. What you need in order to attain that kind of power is an angel. Yes, an angel is the way to big galaxy-ending games and swole planet-destroying physique. Even the great and powerful Beerus would be nothing but a lazy kitty had it not been for the angel Whis. The same could be said for Champa and his angel Vados, who coincidentally is Whis' sister. In the Dragon Ball Super lore, it's the angels who mentor destroyers and are, in fact, more powerful than them. The only being above the angels are Lord Zeno himself. Because of their high status, angels are generally more remorseless and immoral than the destroyers they train, oftentimes treating destroyers as if they were children. Vados is seen always pointing out that Champa needs to keep up with his diet. In addition to training destroyers, angels can also train the agents of destruction, the subservient fighters that will one day become gods of destruction themselves. The power of destruction. What is a god of destruction without said power of destruction? Well, nothing really. The power of destruction is the end-all, be-all of powers. It utterly and completely erases whatever it touches, even incorporeal beings such as ghosts and spirits. Destroyers regularly use this power when destroying planets, or will often use it on a criminal Kai. This power can be converted into energy as well, much like Ki, and is called energy of destruction. This force can be used both as an attack and for defense. Beerus demonstrates this power by turning an egg into dust simply by touching it. With its energy, they can destroy or erase anything, just like regular power, and visually, a dark purple aura will surround a destroyer. They can then manifest the aura back into a sphere to use as an attack, and vice versa. Vice versa. What's unique about this power is that it can be bestowed to mortals by destroyers. A few non-destroyer characters have handled this energy, such as Frieza and Goku. It doesn't matter who's wielding this awesome power, it means instant and assured death for whoever and whatever it touches. Power levels mean nothing if one of those nasty spheres touches you. Anger. One thing about divine beings is that they tend to be pretty stuck up, the angels being largely detached from the mortal world as a whole, and not caring about anything, not even the destroyers they mentor. The Kais are a bit more emotional and animated, but they do have a bit of an aloof factor to them, especially the older Kai. However, the gods of destruction seem to be more inclined to rage, strong emotions, and in fact, act like actual people more than other divine beings. As such, gods of destruction can get angry, very angry indeed. We've seen this a few times with Beerus. He's perhaps as fickle as an actual cat, and will fly off the handle for next to no reason. He even destroy planets over trivial matters, like not liking the food they made for him. Destroyers even go to a rage mode similar to Saiyans, when their power and fury escalate dramatically, which makes sense since gods of destruction manifest their own power in raw destructive energy, mixed with their naturally high combat skill. It's no wonder these destroyers are prone to fits of rage. They're a calamity, a force of nature condensed into a single entity. You best get out their way. Mind your own business. While we discussed how gods of destruction can get angry when they don't get their way, the truth of the matter is that they can be just as aloof and uncaring as the other divine beings. By and large, gods of destruction will stay out of the mortal affairs unless it directly benefits them. It has been revealed that Beerus knew about Frieza's conquest of the universe and did nothing to stop him, while the purple and white madman conquered and killed across the galaxy. Even if a god of destruction were to befriend a mortal like Beerus does, they're under no obligation to assist them, and will refrain from doing so out of principle. This is also to their benefit, since the destroyer's main job is to destroy to cultivate growth in the universe. But he has allowed Whis to step in and assist. The prime example is when Whis stops Frieza from destroying the Earth. This was to make Goku learn from his mistakes. There are ways Beerus helps him directly, mostly by providing information. Beerus has shared info with Bulma and the other Z fighters throughout Dragon Ball Super. Of course, this is to Goku's benefit too. If Beerus were to stop every crisis on Earth, Goku, he'd be out of a job. Earned divinity. Beings like the Kais, the angels, and even Lord Zeno are a race of divine beings that reign above all others and control the multiverse. Destroyers play an integral role and help cultivate growth in the universe by destroying. It's a job very few can do, and even fewer get to do it for very long. As such, destroyers aren't immortal. While they can live long lives, they will eventually need to be replaced. As we have touched upon, destroyers and angels will seek out powerful individuals to train and mentor, so they can one day be destroyers themselves. Vegeta asked to be trained by Whis in order to become stronger and one day surpass Goku, as is his mission in life. Whis agrees on the condition that Vegeta becomes a god of destruction himself one day. It's through this process that we come to the conclusion that destroyers are made rather than born. It also explains why all the gods of destruction are different races, save for Beerus and Champa, who are twin brothers. Strong fighters need to prove themselves to the powers that be in order to attain the massive power necessary to be called a god of destruction. So as always, dress for the job you want, folks. So these are the rules gods of destruction follow in Dragon Ball. Do you think we left anything out? What rules would you include? We'd love to hear what you have to say in the comments down below. Also be sure to hit that subscribe button and ring that bell for more CBR content. Thanks for watching.
It takes a team to bring a creative project to life, which is why Dropbox works.
Hi everyone, I'm Canadian Land, and I just watched What If episode 8 at 20 living speed. If you ask me, this was by far the best episode in the series. This gave us the real Age of Ultron, not just a few weeks of Ultron. So I'm going to break it down scene by scene and try to explain everything. And I'll just give you a heads up, I did find some incredible attention to details in this episode, so make sure to watch it till the end. But before I begin, I'd like to thank today's sponsor, Display. Display is one of a kind metal poster that requires
Oh shit. Right. Oh. Wait. It's just destroyed that. Oh, never mind that. I'm out of the zone. Fuck. Fuck it. What an knobhead. Okay.
This plate is one of the kind metal poster that requires no tool. In fact, they have over one some Marvel poster. Purchase of 1 or 2 per Widow. We see him shooting his arrows aiming to Widow fighting the Ultron robots. Now, it seems as though whenever a disaster takes place, Hawkeye always gets a mohawk. Now, he has some sort of cloak that makes him invisible. Well, it could be a reference to Harry Potter, but I think it's more of a shield reference. And if you notice very carefully, it doesn't make him invisible entirely, as we can still spot his head in the scene. It works more as reflected panels that makes everyone else see through him. We see him shooting his arrows.
Okay. I guess just go then, and just hope, really, just fucking. Oh my god. I just shot you. Jesus Christ.
We see him shooting his arrows aiming towards the sky, while the robots were only a few feet above the ground. A brief reminder of what he did in Avengers 1, where he had to take the wind into account. Now, while fighting the bots using his arrows, he was literally disabling each one of them, except this one. This one he decided to kick instead. But notice, this is the only bot that actually gets back up and tries to attack Hawkeye once again. And over here, Black Widow literally beheads a bot just with a kick, while using her batons to behead another. Now, just to give you a little bit of backstory, in this universe, Ultron has essentially won, as opposed to the main timeline where Ultron couldn't upload his consciousness in Vision's vibranium body. The Watcher explains how the end of this world began with Tony's dream to put a suit of armor around the world. I see a suit of armor around the world. While the Watcher explains how Tony created Ultron, we get some quick shots from the main timeline, indicating how Ultron...
top 1%. I'm not going into another game when I'm in top 1%. Fuck that shit. Jesus Christ, imagine the fucking sweats. I'm not going into a game where I'm top 1%.
Has already learned the past of each Avengers. We get shots from Thor 1, Incredible Hulk, Avengers 1, Iron Man, and Captain America the First Avenger. This all goes by pretty quickly, so I thought I may as well describe it. Then the Watcher shows us the difference between our universe and this universe.
In your universe, the Avengers stole the cradle to create the hero, Vision.
You notice when the Watcher shows us the moment Vision was born in our universe, Natasha is standing there with the other Avengers. But in Age of Ultron, she wasn't there because she was captured by Ultron. So if he's talking about the main timeline, Black Widow shouldn't be there yet. Now there's one more detail here in the scene. Notice when the Watcher takes us from one universe to another, he makes the same hand gesture as Doctor Strange does in live action. Even the sound effects are similar.
Into one.
Ultron has already killed every Avenger except Clint and Natasha, who were in Quinjet at the time. Here we see Cap's broken shield as Tony saw in his dream live action. What's interesting here is that Thor's hammer is surging energy, even though Thor is dead, indicating the hammer may be glitching. So Ultron must have managed to do something with Mjolnir as well. Now after Ultron came into power, he deployed all the nukes. And seeing all these nukes being fired, Clint says this. Throughout the MCU, we have never seen Clint Barton verbally express his fear like this. He said it because he figured out what's going to happen seeing all these nukes in the sky. Now, with the Earth almost destroyed, Thanos appears from a portal. He's probably here because he's after the Mind Stone. He has all the Infinity Stones except that one. So it makes sense he would come to Ultron, who now dons the Mind Stone on his forehead. But surprise, surprise, while trying to eliminate half of all life in the universe, Thanos gets to rise his hands himself. This scene goes to show just how much more intelligent Thanos was in our timeline, where he sent the Black Order to take care of Vision first. It was purposely to stop Vision from facing. Vision had to deal with this disruption for the entirety of Infinity War, which eventually led to Thanos snatching the Mind Stone from his head. Whereas this Thanos came to Ultron, who not only can phase through, but has already conquered planet Earth. He couldn't comprehend the power of Ultron, and I like how even Thanos gets shocked as he's about to be chopped in half. Now when Ultron used the Mind Stone and shot his laser beam, we didn't understand what just happened until we saw Thanos from the back. It was animated in a way to create more tension. But notice if you watch it in slow motion, right from the get-go, you'll see how the laser beam has not only penetrated Thanos' armor, but has also gone through him. And I don't blame you for not catching this. We only see this for one frame. Another great attention to detail, eh? Ultron then grabbed the rest of the Infinity Stones from Thanos' gauntlet. Now here's a major difference between Ultron and Thanos. Ultron chose to have a suit of armor after he became even more powerful with all 6 Infinity Stones. But Thanos got rid of his armor once he started collecting the stones. One felt he needed more protection and thought beyond anybody's imagination by using his entire suit as a gauntlet. Whereas the other was a bit arrogant. He thought the Infinity Stones are all he needs. Now just an appreciation for the director of the series, Brian Andrews, just look at the way he executed this scene. I really feel Marvel should hire him for a live-action movie. I know this series has taken a lot of reference from previous films, but the scenes that are new, just look at the way how beautifully they were executed. So yes, I have full faith in him. Now as soon as Ultron activates all of the Infinity Stones, he says this.
I see everything.
That's the moment he realized there are worlds beyond his own. This makes me wonder, did Tony feel the same when he wielded all 6 Infinity Stones? I know it wasn't for long, but he did nonetheless. Let me know what you think about this in the comments. Now with this newly gained knowledge, Ultron has a new purpose. He wants to destroy every single world, and that's why he created an army of sentries using the Reality Stones. He even conjured himself a cape mirroring his look from the live action. Now I really love the design of Ultron's ship. It not only aligns with his look, but it gives an evil vibe as well. And notice when he teleports his ship to Asgard, the energy around his ship is blue, meaning he's using the Space Stone to teleport. I like how these details are almost always on point. After arriving on Asgard, it literally took Ultron 7 seconds to destroy the planet into pieces.
Now those foundations are gone. Sorry.
But notice when Ultron used his double-edged blade to blast the palace of Asgard, the energy coming off the blade was purple, meaning he was using the Power Stone. He then travels to the Sovereign, where we see the Guardians of the Galaxy. This aligns perfectly with their mission from the beginning of Guardians Volume 2. Even though this scene was pretty lighthearted in live action, but in this one they're all killed. He then moves to Sakaar and reduces it to ashes. But notice how Korg was fighting to save Sakaar, whereas in the main timeline he wanted to begin a revolution and escape from this prison. Korg fighting for Sakaar goes to show he will fight for anyone as long as they're on the right side of history. Ultron then destroys the planet Ego. Now because Ego is a living planet, we can spot 2 eyes and 1 mouth, which actually goes from content to sad as soon as it gets destroyed. Cut to Xandar, which is about to receive the same treatment as Asgard. But Captain Marvel intervenes and says,
Listen, Skynet, I've seen the Killer Robot movie and I gotta say, I really don't think it needs a sequel.
Skynet and a Killer Robot movie? Well, this is definitely a reference to the Terminator, but she says she doesn't think this film needs a sequel. This is because she had left Earth by the time Terminator 2 had come out. She was taken from Earth in 1989, and Terminator 2 hadn't come out until 1991, so clearly she has no idea that a sequel already exists. Now Carol flies into him, boring a hole in the ground. They plummet through the Earth as they plunge into the planet's core. Ultron looks a bit like Venom here, doesn't he? Notice as they enter the core of the planet, the background changes from black to red and yellow. This is an accurate detail considering Earth's core is extremely warm. I mean, it's well beyond 9,000 Fahrenheit, and it just makes sense it would look like this. But Captain Marvel couldn't hold Ultron for longer, as he got the upper hand and completely annihilated Xandar. But because Captain Marvel is powered by the Space Stone, the fusion of her powers and the 6 Infinity Stones created such a shockwave that it decimated every single planet on its way. Notice how far Xandar was compared to the rest of the planets, and yet the shockwave managed to cause this much damage. I like how the explosion of each planet corresponds to the color of the Infinity Stone that was used to destroy it. After completing his mission, Ultron stands alone, having no more prophecy to fulfill. He feels sad and fears eternal loneliness, just how I feel after publishing a video on YouTube. But having decimated every world around him, Ultron now experiences a new level of silence. This allows Ultron to ascend to a previously unattainable level of consciousness. The universe around him is so silent that he begins to hear the Watcher himself. And if you follow the eyes of Ultron, just as the Watcher begins to speak, he opens his eyes. He even rolls his eyes to his left, implying he can even sense where the voice is coming from. So had the Watcher only kept his mouth shut, instead of talking shit about Ultron behind his back, this insane motherfucker would have died out of boredom. So that's on you, Watcher. You should have been watching instead of giving us a commentary. This also shows us just how powerful Strange Supreme had become in episode 4.
I doubt he'd listen.
Hello, who's there?
He didn't need an infinite amount of silence around him to sense the presence of the Watcher. So if you ask me, if Strange Supreme wields all 6 Infinity Stones, he will be even more dangerous than Ultron. We then see the chamber of the Watcher for the first time. And just as I predicted in my previous breakdown, the Watcher resides in a chamber of prism, where surrounding him is the multiverse. Wherever he looks, he sees a different universe. And notice, even the Watcher needs to open a portal from his chamber to see what's going on around the multiverse. And just like any portal, it works from both ways. Whenever it's opened, Ultron can see him as well. The Watcher gets really worried as he had never expected Ultron to obtain this level of power. He says there's still hope for this universe. One last hope, and that is Natasha and Clint Barton. Cut to the KGB archives where Clint and Widow search for the file of Arnim Zola. We learned in Captain America the Winter Soldier that Arnim Zola's consciousness has been turned into an AI, and that's why they're looking for his file, as he's the only AI capable of taking down Ultron. The Watcher for the first time feels the urge to intervene, because Widow and Hawkeye are having a tough time to find Arnim Zola's file. The Watcher feels desperate, something we've never seen before. Natasha discovers the Red Guardian shield, so it's safe to assume that Natasha's chosen family existed in this universe as well. That's why she uses humor to hide her true feelings about finding the shield. Is this my file?
Come on.
And I like how Clint has the reference to Star Wars: A New Hope while searching for Zola's file.
The Death Star plans are not in the main computer.
The Death Star plans are not in the main computer. But the find out the buttons. All the Zola's AI is currently in Siberia in an old hydro base. Cut to Siberia where Clint and Ned finally find the Zola AI. They're in the exact same facility in Siberia that we saw in Captain America Civil War, when Bucky and Steve had his infamous fight against Tony. Ned explains to Clint who Arnim Zola was and how he uploaded his own brain to a series of databanks. Now, Arnim Zola's AI addresses Ned and Clint by their full name.
Clinton Frasks.
How did I not know that?
It's a family name.
This is directly taken from the comics, as Hawkeye's full name is Clinton Frasks. Ned and Clint ask Zola to infiltrate Ultron's code and dismantle him, and Zola of course agrees to their demands. We don't make a phone call to the Avengers Tower to alert Ultron of their presence, and within a couple of minutes, the Ultron army starts to invade this facility. Hawkeye then uses an arrow-style USB to download the program. Notice there's a smaller arrow symbol within the USB as well, which is purple in color. This is a nod to Hawkeye from the comics, where he dons the color purple of light. Hawkeye, of course, uses a similar tactic in Avengers 1 when he infiltrated the Ultron. Zola confessed Ultron was the first genocide weapon that the enemy had to use. This not only talks about Hitler, but Red Skull as well, who he had to deal with personally. A massive fight takes place between Ultron robots and Ant-Man, but the arrows piercing one of the Sentry's arms. Basically what they did here is download the Arnim Zola program and then upload it into the Sentry's body. Notice how the Sentry downloads green and W, signifying the strength of Ultron. That shoots down his electricity option anyway. After all, these bad agents Hitler, Red Skull, and infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D. just to name a few. Zola then tries to dismantle Ultron, but because he's out of range for Zola to disable him. We then see some amazing action scenes where Hawkeye and Widow go head against the Ultron sentries. Then we see the reversal of the Avengers ending, and this time it's Clint who sacrifices himself so that Nat can escape with Zola. Notice how his arrow started glowing as soon as Clint put it in his bow, foreshadowing that Clint is planning to blast his entire facility. Something that even he won't be able to withstand. I just love this shot. Playing parallel to Avengers Endgame, where we saw Cap going against Thanos and his army all by himself. Widow and Zola then escape. And just like Yelena said, Tasha really likes to pose, doesn't she? Nat then breaks down in tears, realizing Clint is dead, just like Clint did in live action after losing her. She then asks Zola why he wasn't able to disable Ultron, and he says he can't do it, because wherever Ultron is, he isn't in the observable universe. Back to the Watcher chamber. But this time Ultron managed to break the end. Just at the beginning, Ultron has used all 6 Infinity Stones, even when he wasn't doing nothing, indicating that just as you here, Ultron is having turned the power of all 6 Infinity Stones. He then doesn't waste a second and literally blasts the Watcher with the power stone. And from here, Ultron looks around and finds so many universes. That's what he can be the perfect one to get. He can again see that now he's overlooked and all 6 Infinity Stones are still glowing. So he's harnessing the power of each one of them at all times to stay there every second. That says something about the Watcher, isn't it? Rhythm Fortress is so hard to break in that it would take the might of all Infinity Stones to get there. The water that manages to defend against the power stone. So notice what Ultron does next. He doubles the power by now adding the time stone in the equation. He fuses the power and the time stones and shoots directly from a chest. And Ultron gives a message to all Spider-Verse deniers.
Oh, but anything is possible to Ultron.
Ah! I got a newbie! Yeah!
Oh, doubles the power by now adding the time stone in the equation. He fuses the power and the time stones and shoots directly from a chest wound. And Ultron gives a message to all Spider-Verse deniers.
Oh, but anything is possible to Ultron.
Anyway, notice in the scene, the Infinity Stones are no longer glowing, meaning Ultron is getting stronger by the second. The longer he stays here, the less he has to depend on the stones. Ultron is the
Why is it lagging so much?
Get an emphasis between the two as we see the water conjures its own pseudo-monster. Notice, doing that as a hand-to-hand combat, the water deflects all of Ultron's punches and lands directly own punches on Ultron until Ultron converts the water, but the water retaliates with the same move. They go from one reality to another until Ultron becomes so massive that he literally devours a whole galaxy. This is similar not to Thanos Galactus, who is literally known as the devourer of worlds. The water compresses through another reality and lands in time. Here we have continued this kind of final fusion, which is did explain Memphis' breakdown, so I won't go much into details. Bystanders over here are now taking photos of the water. I like the Marvel picture the phone screen shows through another reality and lands in Times Square. Here we have continued this kind of pineapple fusion, which I did explain Memphis' breakdown, so I won't go much into details. Bystanders over here are now taking photos of the water. I like that Marvel made sure the phone screen shows accurate details. So kudos for that. Now behind the Ultron in the Times Square billboard, we see Steve Rogers being sworn in as the President of the United States. So in this universe, we value people over person. Ultron that punches the water so hard that with each punch, the reality was... So in this universe, we value people over person. Ultron that punches the water so hard that with each punch, the reality was... through another reality and lands in Times Square. Here we have continued this kind of pineapple future, which I did explain in my previous breakdown, so not so much details. Bystanders over here are now taking photos of the water. I like that Marvel made sure the phone screen shows accurate details, so kudos for that. Now behind the Ultron in the Times Square billboard, we see Steve Rogers being sworn in as the President of the United States. So in this universe, you value people over person. Ultron that punches the water so hard that with each punch, the reality warps around them. We go from New York to Wakanda to the Middle Ages and also some Skrulls. Not only the surroundings, but Ultron and the water also get warped in different realities with each punch. Imagine being so powerful that he can literally punch someone to a different dimension. Notice the Watcher's eyes are not glowing here, meaning Ultron has actually knocked out the Watcher for a few seconds. And when he comes back to his senses, his eyes start to glow again. Now as Ultron is about to make the final blow, the Watcher disappears into this white portal. And notice how instantly Ultron goes from his own planet back to the Watcher chamber, from where he's back to all of the multiverse. Then teleporting so fast, again in cage, and how powerful he's getting for the minute. To be honest, Ultron having nuclear code is better than this, because now he can unleash chaos upon the multiverse. That's this living where the Watcher begs him to please for help. We're about to see Strange for a second, you can see how powerful he gets for the minute. To be honest, Ultron having nuclear codes is better than this, because now he can unleash chaos upon the multiverse. That's this living where the Watcher begs Strange Supreme for help. You notice that we're about to see Strange Supreme for a second, you can see the third eye on Strange's forehead. In the comics, Doctor Strange gains a third eye that can activate to see things normal people cannot see. And where's the third eye? Right in the center of his forehead. Even in live action, Ancient One presses a thumb exactly on Stephen's forehead and says, "Open your eye." Open your eye. Notice she didn't say I, but it's singular, so this is again taken straight from the comics. Strange Supreme then forces the Watcher to admit that he's in need of help. And that's how this episode ends. This episode pretty much explains the promo, where we see the likes of Captain Carter, Star-Lord, Strange Supreme, and even the Watcher himself fighting against thousands of Ultron bots. We're probably getting a big team up in the finale, so Marvel is following their original formula of giving us individual stories first, and then teaming up when absolutely necessary. Now if you like this video, then... Hey everyone, I'm Dylan, and I just watched the final episode of What If in 20 Speed. That was some ending, eh? It had everything. Connected all the previous episodes, had some amazing showdowns, and some very good character arcs. I'm gonna break it all down scene by scene and show you lads some of the incredible details that I caught in slow motion. But first, let me thank today's sponsor, Dr. Squatch. I feel like there's a stigma around men and personal care products. Their customers can get 20% with Steve Rogers was in Captain America the Winter Soldier. He recruits Captain Carter, Star-Lord T'Challa, Eric Killmonger, Gamora, Party Thor, Strange Supreme, and lastly Black Widow. It opens in the Lumerian Star where Captain Carter is on the same mission as Steve Rogers was in Captain America the Winter Soldier. Her being on the same mission and fighting the same enemy indicates that her story is almost identical to Steve's, except that the hero is different. To notice in live action, it was Crossbones, aka Romlo, who was briefing the team while Steve was listening. 25. Not murder. but in this universe, Peggy is the one doing the breathing.
20 or so charmers, led by this one, Thatch Rock.
This goes to show a major difference between her and Steve. She's more of an active member of S.H.I.E.L.D. than Steve ever was, and that's why she knows more about the mission. And I like how she also made changes to her suit, which looks entirely different from what we've seen in episode 1. It used to be blue and red, but now it looks a lot more gray. This is another nod to Steve in live action. And while Peggy was fighting the Frog, the Watcher unveiled himself to Peggy and chooses her for the mission. Cut to the Dairy Queen, which we saw at the end of episode 2, where Ego now has come to use his sun as a battery to power his own planet. Peter Quill never became Star-Lord in this universe, so it was relatively easy for Ego to extract the power of his sun, until Star-Lord T'Challa shows up. In comes the Watcher, who then recruits T'Challa. Now I absolutely loved Peter Quill's description of the Watcher.
Hang back with the giant baby man cake dude.
At the end of the year, we'll receive Iron Man in full-blown till Star-Lord T'Challa shows up. In comes the Watcher, who then recruits T'Challa. Now I absolutely loved Peter Quill's description of the Watcher.
Hang back with the giant baby man cake dude.
At the end of the year, of his son, until Star-Lord T'Challa shows up. In comes the Watcher, who then recruits T'Challa. Now I absolutely loved Peter Quill's description of the Watcher.
Hang back with the giant baby man cave dude.
Cut to Nidavellir, we'll receive Iron Man in a full-blown Sicarian suit, while Gamora dons her father's armor. Now Eitri, the Dwarf King, is also there, who is helping Tony and Gamora to forge this version of the Infinity Gauntlet. Gamora isn't taken from here by the Watcher. Now you may ask, what the hell is happening here? Where did Tony and Gamora come from? And what are they doing forging a new Infinity Gauntlet? And why does Eitri have both of his hands intact? Because in the main timeline, after Eitri made the gauntlet for Thanos, Thanos spared his life in exchange of his hands, so that he may not be able to create another one. So in this universe, Gamora killed Thanos and took over. And as for Tony Stark, well, in this timeline, he couldn't make it back to Earth in Avengers 1 and was directly dumped in Sakaar. There he became...
It's so ridiculous.
Gladiator, therefore this suit. This episode was supposedly coming this season, but Marvel apparently couldn't finish it on time due to the pandemic, so they moved it up in Avengers 1 and was directly dumped in Sakaar. There he became a full-grown gladiator, therefore this suit. This episode was supposedly coming this season, but Marvel apparently couldn't finish it on time due to the pandemic, so they moved it to season 2. The Watcher then takes Eric Killmonger. Now Killmonger's profile can be put into the same category as Peggy or T'Challa. He murdered his way to the top, so it was a bit of a surprise that the Watcher would go for someone like that. But of course, he doesn't do anything without a reason, and there's a big reason why the Watcher chose Killmonger. The Watcher needs someone who will eventually turn his back against the team, and that's why he chose Killmonger. Now lastly, Thor gets picked up as he was fighting a bunch of Ultron sentries. He says he had a date, but because of his bots, it was interrupted. And notice Marvel used the same technique to get rid of his cape, as in both cases, Thor was in the middle of a fight. Thor. The way the Watcher was getting interrupted in the middle of a speech kinda reminded me of this from Thor Ragnarok.
So deep in us. Hang on. Give it a second. I swear, I'm not even moving, it's just doing this on its own.
Now, as the Watcher grabs Thor, he screams and teleports somewhere else, just like it happened in Thor Ragnarok. Notice how the Watcher intentionally let Thor bring the severed head of an Ultron bot. It's because this severed head will lead to Killmonger deceiving the team at the end. It's all part of the Watcher's plan. Cut to this pub, which is the exact same location where Peggy and Steve shared a drink. Thor orders a drink from Doctor Strange and starts drinking it immediately. But notice in the next shot, the glass is still full. So this is another clever nod to Thor Ragnarok, where Strange used magic to refill Thor's drink. The Watcher then explains his plan.
Bigger picture. This mission requires a team with the perfect combination of skill and experience.
trial. This actually clears things up a bit as to why the Watcher chose this individual specifically. Well, he could have chosen Tony Stark. He was right there, but decided not to. The Watcher was looking for a specific set of skills that will come in handy for this mission, but Phil called it a BS and tries to leave. But as soon as he opens the door, he gets hurled into a storm. This is probably a place outside normal time and space. The clock-like pattern and the golden color was probably conjured using Doctor Strange's magic. The Watcher then explains who they're up against and how Ultron was created and what he's capable of doing, while Doctor Strange tells the team what the Infinity Stones are and how they work. Notice how everyone was listening to Strange and the Watcher, but Killmonger over here is simply pondering the possibilities if he can harness the power of his robots.
What goes to get that? Thanks for placing the launch pad. I don't know, man. And it has no game in the fucking true well. Oh my god. Oh, we might as well. We might as well try and try and survive till top 15 because I'm definitely gonna die. While trying to move on the. I mean, I've got 2 builds. There you go. Top 15. Oh my fuck. The miracle begins now. And it didn't even pick up the material. What the fuck, man, this is lagging. Like, oh my Jesus Christ. Oh my god.
Well, Dr. Strange tells the team what the Infinity Stones are and how they work. Notice how everyone was listening to Strange and the Watcher, but Killmonger over here is simply pondering the possibilities if he can harness the power of his robots. Come on.
Look at this, man. Top 1% and I'm going to another game. What a joke. I'm basically top 1,000 players. The goal is to get now, I'd say 85. It's ridiculous of these lobbies that I'm in. So yeah, basically like top 600. Yeah. Basically. Top 600 players probably. Top 750 maybe, I don't know. Because the leaderboard is glitched. See that I'm just not on there. For some reason. Yeah, I'm just not on there for some reason. So if this isn't loading into a match when I go off this, I'm gonna literally just destroy the thing. Oh, it actually is, okay.
Infinity Crusher. Now in Endgame, we learned that the Infinity Stones cannot be disintegrated into nothing. There will still be leftover atoms. So the best one can do is prevent it from actual use. And that's exactly what this Infinity Crusher will do. So basically their idea is to extract the Soul Stone from Ultron, put it on the Infinity Crusher to kickstart it, and then the Infinity Crusher will take care of the rest. They then all have Chinese food. But notice everyone is using chopsticks, except for Thor. He probably doesn't know how to use it. Strange then casts a protection spell around them. But notice how Killmonger is still staring at the head of the Ultron robot. Now Strange loses control for a second as the beast within him tries to come out. So Strange in this episode not only fought Ultron and protected the whole Guardians of the Universe, but also fought against himself and contained his beast inside of him. Ultron then arrives as he could sense life on this planet. Doctor Strange then casts another spell, giving everyone an extra layer of armor made of magic. Notice the protection spell also incorporates the weapons that they use. For example, Thor's hammer, Gamora's double-edged sword, and Peggy's shield are all covered within the same protection spell. The Watcher then opened the portal to Killmonger and Gamora. They will be on the other end of the spectrum waiting with the Infinity Crusher. Ultron then crushes the mountain that they were standing on, but thanks to the spell, they don't even get a single scratch. Strange uses the Images of Icon spell to multiply Mjolnir into hundreds and swarm them around Ultron. Look, the mountain that they were standing on, but thanks to the spell, they don't even get a single scratch. Strange uses the Images of Icon spell to multiply Mjolnir into hundreds and swarm them around Ultron. Looking at this scene, I was thinking just how much better Endgame could have been if Strange did something like this there too. Peggy then distracts Ultron while T'Challa attacks from behind and steals the Soul Stone. Notice you can actually see the moment T'Challa stole it if you slow down the scene. Although it's not that clear, but you can sense that he did it at this moment. Strange then unleashes three-headed dragon from within him, but it does nothing to Ultron, so he can open the portal and unleashes thousands of undead. Now the worst zombie among these undead shows up, aka Scarlet Witch, but she actually softens up a bit and instead of fighting Ultron. Her being here means Banner actually died in episode 5. Now remember, she has the ability to destroy an Infinity Stone all by herself. So why did she stop? Well, because she saw the resemblance between this Ultron and her vision. So while Scarlet Witch and Ultron fight, this buys the team some time to escape through their own portal. I like how Thor did a backward jump while entering the portal, just like Star-Lord did back in Infinity War. Cut to Ultron's original universe where they all gather up to crush the Infinity Stones. But this universe's Black Widow doesn't trust them, so Peggy had to share some personal details in order to gain back her trust.
Your father is Ivan, your dad's Alexei.
And what's surprising here is the universe that this Peggy came from, this Black Widow also doesn't know the name of her actual father, so she couldn't have given that information to Peggy. This tells me that Captain Carter is really involved with S.H.I.E.L.D. in her universe. That's how she knows secrets and details about a person that even they're not aware of. Ultron then arrives and tries to snatch the Soul Stone, but Thor throws his hammer and destroys Ultron's right arm. But then Ultron regrows it using the Reality Stone. Notice he also uses the Power Stone, meaning he's harnessing the power of both Reality and the Power Stones to create an even stronger arm.
No. Well, you knew we'd had to get a bad zone in one of the matches, but... Wait, there's actually a got... Why is he there?
But then Ultron regrows it using the Reality Stone. And notice he also uses the Power Stone, meaning he's harnessing the power of both Reality and the Power Stones to create an even stronger arm. Ultron goes crazy and literally blasts the entire planet.
Why is he there?
Goes in reverse, and Strange literally eats it.
like to make a toast to better days ahead.
To us.
Now, I wonder where your margin
Shoot. Ultron goes crazy and literally blasts the entire planet. But then the energy from the blast goes in reverse, and Strange literally eats it. Why won't he die? Wait, what? Exactly, how did he do it? Well, later in the episode, we will learn that Strange still possesses the Time Stone. So he rewinded Ultron's explosion and then consumed it. Peggy then says,
Give him all you've got. Don't give him a chance to think.
this is again a great parallel to Avengers Infinity War, where the protagonists tried their best to prevent Thanos from closing his fist. Don't let him close his fist. And in this one, they're trying to overwhelm Ultron so that he can't think straight, which will prevent him from further using the stones. Notice in this shot, Captain Carter and Widow team up and attack Ultron from both sides. This shot actually gives us an idea just how massive Ultron is. Look at the size of Natasha compared to Ultron. Another great detail from this shot is that Widow is preventing Ultron from using his brain, while Peggy is not allowing Ultron to stand on his ground. This is amazing choreography, to be honest. Kudos to the director and the VFX team. Then we get some more epic scenes as Ultron gets bamboozled by each and every Guardians of the Multiverse. Notice they're giving him so little time that just when he prepares to fire a blast or use his weapon, either Thor throws his hammer, or a shield hits him, or someone flips him physically. So the combination of this team is incredible. Gamora then lands.
Give you the right medicine, 2 spoons.
Yeah. Okay. Big ones, huh? Hour.
Low. Right in the middle of Ultron's chest using Thanos' sword. This is what triggered Ultron the most, as he was forced to use the Time Stone to create the Time Dome. But luckily Strange still has the Eye of Agamotto, through which he breaks the Time Dome and unleashes the beast, aka Shumagorath. This surprises Peggy Carter, as we've seen her fight the same monster back in episode 1, so she knows how powerful Shumagorath is. And seeing this monster stuck inside Strange, Peggy was left speechless. I actually found a detail that will tell you how strong this monstrous being is. Notice the moment Strange invaded Ultron's Time Dome, Strange still hadn't activated his Eye of Agamotto, but still Shumagorath was able to enter this energy barrier, while all the other Guardians were literally locked to their places. This shows just how powerful Shumagorath is. And notice when Strange gave it all to unleash this monster, the reality was almost splitting. Showing us the demon inside Strange. This layer shows the outer form of Strange, while the layer underneath shows his true form. And notice even after Strange gave his full demonic form, he still managed to retain his consciousness, and that's why, despite becoming a demon, he was still fighting for the good side. They then finally pinned down Ultron and crushed all of the Infinity Stones, but not so soon as Ultron gets the upper hand again due to the laws of nature in the MCU.
Every universe is different. Thus, the Infinity Stones are unique.
The Crusher was designed to destroy the stones on my world, not his.
We get a callback to the OG Avengers with a shot which has been in the promo for quite some time. Natasha then uses the same arrow with Zola's AI from episode 8. This is what she and Clint used to turn an Ultron pot, and now she plans on doing the same again. So while Ultron's focus is entirely on Strange, who he thinks is the main problem, if he gets rid of Strange, the entire team collapses. So Nat and Peggy take advantage of the situation as Widow shoots the arrow dedicating it to Clint Burton, and Captain Carter makes sure it hits exactly where it needs to. Zola's AI manages to defeat Ultron, and notice how it immediately stops the stones from glowing, and then moments later Ultron dies. But then comes Killmonger with the severed head of the Ultron boss. He was destined to betray the team at the end. The main reason he was chosen in the first place. He summons Ultron's armor around his body, and creates his very own Killmonger Infinity Armor. Killmonger says,
Watch your own space. With these stones, we can fix our worlds, our lives.
well, if you have seen episode 6, then you'll know that Killmonger is just spitting BS. All he wants is power, and it doesn't matter to him who lives or dies. But then Zola appears in Vision's body. So this is finally Marvel paying up Zola's character with his comic-accurate look with his face in the belly. Marvel did foreshadow his appearance as a robot years ago in Captain America: The First Avenger. Zola and Killmonger then fight between themselves to see who could take the steps. Strange then realizes they were never meant to win, so he creates a pocket dimension and traps both Zola and Killmonger inside it. Strange then confirms it was all part of the Watcher's plan, as he could foresee everything.
Foresaw every moment from the failed Infinity Crusher to Killmonger's betrayal and my sacrifice.
Now, it has been established that the Watcher can appear in different sizes, but still he always likes to seem bigger than the people he's speaking to. So is there a side to the Watcher that we don't know yet? Does he like to look down on people? Let me know your thoughts on this. They then all go back to their respective realities, the exact moment they were taken from. Peggy thinks she deserves a happy ending and wants to go back to the 40s to enjoy her time with Steve. I guess we'll see more of this in season 2, and of course there's a big reveal in the post-credit scene, which I'll talk about in a moment. Black Widow then gets her happy ending by returning back to the universe from episode 3, which lost its Widow. And notice when Loki pins down Fury, he doesn't turn Fury into something evil. It's because the scepter is in place on Fury's heart yet. Therefore the stone doesn't activate. Whereas when Widow placed it on Loki's chest, it was exactly on his heart. And I like how Fury immediately realizes this Widow is from another universe, instead of thinking she might be an illusion or came back from the dead. This goes to show Fury's excellent judgment of character. And in the post-credit scene, we see the Hydra Stomper. But what's important is what Black Widow says afterwards. But then Steve Rogers
guess who's inside? Steve in episode 1 kind of took the role of the winner, so it would make sense for him to reappear again after so many years. And notice the screen on the left may actually indicate that whoever is inside is pretty much alive and breathing. So yes, my bet is on Steve Rogers. Let me know what you think. And that marks the end of What If Season 1. I hope you enjoyed my breakdown of all the episodes. With no new Marvel series until Hawkeye, which releases on November 24th, I think I will shift my focus to movies now, starting with The Matrix, Shang-Chi, Black Widow, and of course, Brandon Leather Be Carnage. And yes, I'll also be breaking down the second trailer.
G'day mates, in today's video I want to kick off talking about why I think potentially this season could be delayed or we're going to have one into it. Normally with FNCS semi-finals I kick off my video talking about all the big teams, who qualified, who didn't, the crazy moments, all the reactions. That is coming in a little bit, but this is arguably more important. We had the Champion Console Cup announced today, but not only that, we also have evidence that there is going to be a very jam-packed end of the season, and potentially I could see season getting delayed or some kind of black hole event or something. So let me go across exactly why that is. So we had iFire Monkey tweet out today, the Console Champion Cup for Chapter 3 Season 2 is currently set to start May 31st to June 4th. Different regions having different timings, and we'll have 4 rounds. Now, the reason why this is a big deal is because if you go onto the Epic Games website right now, it says the Battle Pass is set to end on June 3rd, which would mean the new season starts on June 4th. That's how that always works. But apparently the Champions Console Cup isn't set to end until June 4th. Like the finals are on June 4th. iFire Monkey followed up his tweet saying also the times listed above are using UTC, so June 4th for round 4 of NA West is technically 1 a.m. UTC, which would actually be 9 p.m. June 3rd. So a little bit of time conversions. That means it still finishes on June 3rd, but there's other regions still to take place. West is usually the last region to happen, so it might be that the Champion Console Cup finishes on June 3rd. We get a live event because there is supposed to be a live event. There's a lot of leakers talking about that. It looks like that's what the Collider's building up to. It's almost definite we're going to get a live event at the end of this season, so we're going to have not only Champion Console Cup end on June 3rd, remember DreamHack Dallas, the first major LAN event we've had in years, happening on the 3rd. So we're going to have those events finish, presumably downtime into an event, and then a new season on the 4th, or is there going to be like a black hole on the 4th? Like, we don't know what's going on because this is so jam-packed. We don't normally have this much going on. It's weird that the last season and this season is becoming a trend for the Champion Console Cup to get shoved in on the last few days. I really don't like that. I've talked about that a few times now. Console only get one singular tournament a season where they all get to play, where it's not just PlayStation versus PlayStation and Xbox just gets nothing. So it's really annoying to see it just kind of like jammed in at the very end when no one really cares about the season anymore. We're waiting for it to end to get some new content. So first off, that feels a little bit bad. The fact that DreamHack Dallas is just getting fit in on the last day as well, it could make the end of the season really exciting. Like, it could make it jam-packed, and then we have this crazy event, and we kick off with the music, and everyone's freaking out, but it looks like it's going to be ugly. I can see one of these events having some issues if something goes wrong, because there's almost no time to reschedule it. It's also sad that potentially Champions Console Cup and DreamHack Dallas are going on at the same time, because normally the Console Champions Cup happens on its own day when there's no other tournament, so everyone can watch it. This does mean what a lot of people have been asking for. A lot of the top-tier pros will be at DreamHack, so they won't be playing the Champion Console Cup. So for those console guys who are always really annoyed that they see the PC pros coming and stealing their money on console, you might get a chance to have a better performance now. We already had TK tweet out that someone is going to finally get a chance to win the NA East Champions Console Cup because he's going to be at Dallas. So let me cover exactly what we know about the Champions Console Cup. It wasn't actually put in the game properly yet, but all the images are there from other people who found it, and iFire Monkey obviously found in the files. As you can see here, the way the rounds are going to take place, iFire Monkey tweeted out correctly. You are going to have round 1 starting on June 31st, and it's going to go till June 3rd. It's going to have 4 rounds, just like they normally do. It's kind of like the mini FNCS on the weekends. We don't have the exact rules of how many people are going to qualify or what the prize pool is, but I would presume this is looking like a complete repeat of last season. It looks like it's going to have the same format, same prize pool, I imagine. I don't know why Epic doesn't announce this earlier. I have no idea why the Champion Console Cup always gets announced so late. It doesn't feel like it needs to wait for anything. Like, they're not waiting to announce it. They just seem to announce it really late and shove it in. So I really hope it's still fun, it's still hype for the console community. I hope nothing goes wrong, because there's going to be no time to reschedule it. I hope it's not going on while the Collider's exploding and doing crazy stuff, because normally it's the last few days of seasons like this where Epic does some crazy wacky things to the map to try to get people hyped for a new season. So I want to talk about that before I talk about FNCS semifinals, because I feel like the end of this season is going to be crazy. Alright, time to move on to FNCS semifinals or heats, whatever you want to call it. This was semifinal number 1. There was 5 games. Anyone who got a win in any of those 5 games is going straight through, and the top 6 most consistent leaderboard who didn't get a win. And of course, when a win goes straight through to grands, you have those review round kind of reactions. I want to show you some of them. The first one, Spade and Chimp came out hot, got an 11 elim win in their very first game. Now, they were triple contested at the Sunny Step split. They had 3 teams around them at Lighthouse and other teams near Bugle. So honestly, I was a bit scared for them. They're one of the best teams in the heat. They came second last FNCS. They've been looking really good so far in FNCS, but I was scared to see how they'd go. Luckily, they did get a decent North Zone in their first game. They absolutely popped off. Chimp went crazy and clutched up solo, and you know they had one of the best reactions. single reaction from everyone who won today. But second up in game number 2, we had Blaze and Trashy take out the 7 Elim win. And this one was big for the reaction, but it was also just insane how well Trashy played at the very end to solo clutch.
Nice. Advantages. Nice.
Run out. What's you? There's one duo, okay? One height. One, take my word.
Everyone after that, right? Look at 21.
We kicked off with two big favourites, which almost everyone predicted to qualify. Game 3 was the first time we got more of like an underrated team. Scare and Walkers have been playing very, very well. Scare was actually in my Twitch chat after I thought he was going to qualify. I said if they were going to do it, they were going to do it on a win, and they did in game number 3, getting an 11 Elim win. Then we managed to have game number 4 go to Cobalt and Smack, a 6 Elim win. And their first 3 games weren't too hot. So they were really leaving it down to a win. They clutched up massive, and it's awesome to see Smack still in there, still kicking, still killing it, qualifying through. And then game number 5 went to none other than the single father himself, Rise and Threats. Now, they were dropping at Kondo every single game, going up against Blake and Lawrence. They were winning when they fought Blake and Lawrence, but neither of them really finding too much success out of Kondo, mostly because of the zones, which I'll talk about in a second. But game number 5, they switched it up. They dropped it Greasy against 2 other teams at Greasy, but they were comfortable with Greasy. They knew it was too much success out of Kondo, mostly because of the zones, which I'll talk about in a second. But game number 5, they switched it up. They dropped the game, gone up against Blake and Lawrence. They were winning when they fought Blake and Lawrence, but neither of them really finding too much success out of Kondo, mostly because of the zones, which I'll talk about in a second. But game number 5, they... teams at Greasy, but they were comfortable with Greasy. They knew it was their drop spot, and in the one game they dropped Greasy again against 2 other teams, they got the 4 Elim win and clutched up big at the very end. Fred, with the absolute god solo clutch, I gotta show you the clip.
What are you doing? Who's using the Mad Mist?
Rise got high ground against so many duos and played it literally into the white hill, kept playing zone, kept coming back in. I think he took on 2 separate duos trying to take height off this 0 build. A really good shot from Rise in that one. And that was the 5 teams who won. That's your top 5 going through off that. Remember, consistency still matters. That's where you had Bizzle and Diego getting first place on the consistency, playing really, really well. They were contested game 1 at Coney, and that was one of their worst games. They got a 3 even 11th out of it with a really good refresh, but unfortunately, they weren't able to get much more. But then once the team left the Coney, that's when they started really firing on all cylinders. They got a 4 Elim 4th in their last game. They got a 3 Elim 3rd. They had good games. They just couldn't get the win, but it didn't matter. 136 points is too easy for them. Then we have the other phase duo. We have Mega and Dub coming in second on consistency. Just Mega and Dub smashing. Didn't get a win. They got 2 top 5, 7 and 8. So 4 of their 5 games, they were top 10. They played really, really consistently. Slacks and clarity, absolutely no surprise there. Really consistent out of block gem. Skittles and users. Then we had D-Roller, M10, and then my lead person, Ignite. Again, this is a really underrated team. They started off really hot. Unfortunately, the last 2 games were their worst games, but they just held on, beating out Shadow and Me2 by a single elimination. And I don't want to take this away from any team, but I do need to show you something. I made a tweet about this and I ended up deleting it because I don't have a big enough sample size to say with 100% no shadow of a doubt Epic has changed how zones work. But I'm just going to show you this tweet that NAE's Control put together to show you how the 5 zones called today in NAE's finals. Every single zone was north. 3 of them finishing around the new Collider drop, which a lot of people are used to in Fortnite. It's quite a common trend when they add a new drop spot to make those end there to kind of make it more exciting. And I'm guessing they're linked to pubs and arena too, so more people see the new POI. But 5 zones pulling north.
We we know it's there. Don't need to.
South team really qualified except for Rising Fresh in that one game they dropped Greasy. Every other South team was struggling so bad. I feel really, really bad for teams like Coop that had uncontested chunks of it. Couldn't really make it work. And I don't want to make excuses for them. Some of these teams played really, really consistently. D-Roller and N-Pen pulled off consistency from dropping really fast south. So some of the teams managed to pull it off, but without the vehicles, it's just so much harder when every single zone goes north. Not even a single south zone to give them a chance to get that one good game to clutch up the win. So I really hope in qualifier 2 and 3 for these heats, the south zones could really see what these teams can do. It's starting to feel like every zone is pulling north. EU, I believe, had like 3 north zones out of 5. It wasn't all 5. There's definitely a tendency right now for some edge, and it looks like they're favoring north. Moving on over to EU, we had a very similar story. We had a god solo clutch, game 1 from Snazy and Podesai. Snazy clutched up massive at the very end. This is a team, the ones you saw they got uncontested Coney, you knew they were going to play. Left, they tried out Greasy, but Snazy and Podesai out of Coney is an absolute recipe for success. It always has been. First season, and it only took them a single...
Oh my god, I haven't even got a single point here.
Like I said, it came down to a big solo clutch from Snazy. I'll show you the clip.
Nice! Up Ein Großgeschichte.
This was another north favoring zone, and this is where I put the pressure on teams like Hen and Queasy, iDrop and Jerky to get their win, because both teams really do need those north zones. Without vehicles on a far edge map, it's a lot harder for them to get the wins, and I knew those kind of teams were pushing for the win. Hen and Queasy in that game 1 got a 5 elim 8. They got aggressively pushed on high by multiple teams. It didn't work out for them. Game 2, I saw it was a north zone. They had 2 pads, and you know what that means. Hen and Queasy, you're not going to give them too many chances to get a win, and they don't take it. They got a 3 elim win in their last game. This is the first time it wasn't a solo clutch against EU. It came down to a really good, solid team effort. It almost looked too easy for them, but I will show you the reaction because Hen and Queasy get hyped, and it's always funny to watch.
No. I'm with you. Come in, so.
I'm an underrated team, but I know fan favorites. A lot of people follow EU.
Come in, so. Let's go, baby! Let's go!
More of an underrated team, but I know fan favorites. A lot of people who follow EU closely were not surprised. I was super excited to see them take it. We had Eclipse and Naughty take out Game 3 with a 5 elim win. Game 4 went to Trulex and Chico, who obviously a phenomenal team, especially Trulex FNCS winner, but has been a little bit quiet this season, still playing consistently, and in Game 3 got a 3 elim 4, so was really gunning for that win, getting another 5 elim win in their 4th game, and in the last game went to the Frenchman. Now, I need to give a big shout out to Floki and Clement, because Floki and Clement were originally dropping at Chonkers. They weren't having the best luck. They were triple con. They were going up against Leshy. They ended up switching their draw spot Game 5. Then we had Clement, I believe it was Clement's internet just absolutely just tanked. We had a French ISP, I believe it's Orange Internet Service Provider, have issues across the entire nation, so it wasn't just Clement that was lagging. We saw DKS Bad Sniper lagging, and that didn't tilt them. Game 5, they focused up and they showed up big with an 8 elim wins. That was the 5 wins on EU. Then for our consistent teams, in first place we had Paina and Ryzen doing really, really well. They had 4 games inside the top 10, so it's a really consistent match history for them. They tied with Marco and Clinberry, who were in first the entire time until last game. They went down in 35th, but they had already clutched up in qualification. We had Kiro and Jody, then we had Belusi, Hydro, Flowers, Mappy. Remember, Flowers and Mappy were originally going to be going Greasy, but then luckily for them, Snazy and Podesai qualifying in Game 1, then they could go back to their usual drop of uncontested Coney for all the remaining games. That was the recipe for success for their consistency, playing really well, getting a 7th elim second in their last game, so kind of actually lucky that Floki and Clement won that one, because Flowers and Mappy didn't even need it if they won it or didn't. They were still going to go through. Then we had in our last qualification spot DKS and Bad Sniper, who, like I mentioned, unfortunately were having big issues with their ping due to that internet service provider having major issues, so really happy to see that didn't affect them and cost them the qualification. But if Flowers and Mappy did win that last game, I believe that means Pink and Anas would have jumped up into the top qualification spot. They just missed out by 7 points, but it's Pink and Anas. I have absolutely no doubt they'll be able to bring home a win in the next 2 days.
Distant stars come and fly. Oh yeah.
Well here, but I know most of you guys are going to be asking what happens if Ben gets happy. They went down on 4. Night on 4 games in a row, came down to their last.
They connect with the fall of man. The brave you win, and I was...
No doubt they will qualify. Obviously, I'm talking most about the teams that do well here, but I know most of you guys are going to be asking what happens if Benji and Savage. They went down on Spawn. They died on Spawn 4 games in a row. It came down to their last game. The one game they made it off Spawn, they got a 6 healing spin. So there's rays of hope. They're showing they can do it. They can easily get a victory out. They make it off Spawn. It's just the Collider. It's bad. There's 4 teams going to Collider. It's all a bit crazy. They're knocking on Janice and Vortex on that western side. Even quite often getting third party by the team of Fortress. It's just all kinds of ugly. But I believe they can get a win. I know the fans are kind of getting behind them. I really hope they do that. To take it home. They had one game and it looked like a good one. Let's pray they have an even better one tomorrow. I won't go into the entirety of the NA West leaderboard. It did just end as of me filming this video. It looks like Arkham and Epic were left to their very last game to get a 12-team win. They got a 4th place and a 5th place. They were looking strong, but came down to the last game and they did it for the concept. Arkham and Epic were finally in grand finals. We also then had Aiden and Moose the very last game to get a 12-team win. They got a 4th place and a 5th place. They were looking strong, but came down to the last game and they did it for the concept. Arkham and Epic were finally in grand finals. We also then had Aiden and Moose, Victor V and Jaden, Lemon Bowl and Blind FPS and Evo and On One get their wins. That was the 5 victory outs. And then our most consistent teams out of NA West, we have Cars and Raid, Crypass and Thoric, Nitrix and Caesar, Nats and Salty, Chicken and Andy, and then Salco and Kimchi. Alright guys, that does it for another video. I hope you enjoyed. If you did, please chuck a like on it, subscribe to the channel.
And so, impossible and, sister? Is he hitting on me?
Nah, sidekicks really confuse him.
Save up to £350 on the Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 3 and claim a Samsung Galaxy Watch.
Hey everyone, I'm the Canadian Land, and I just watched What If Episode 6 at 0.2 epic speed. This episode is called What If Killmonger Rescued Tony Stark? Well, they could have easily named it What If Killmonger Backstabs Everyone He Ever Works With. That's how crazy this episode was. And I've actually done the counting. There were a total of 6 betrayals from Killmonger in this 32 minutes episode. That's one big betrayal every 5 minutes or so. I mean, he could give Palpatine a run for his money. Anyway, without wasting any time, let's begin our breakdown. And for this episode, Michael B. Jordan, Jon Favreau, Chadwick Boseman, Angela Bassett, Andy Serkis, John Cheadle, and Paul Bettany all come back to reprise their respective roles. One of the reasons we can relate to the MCU so much is because no matter how small a role is, Marvel always ensures the original actors are portraying them. For example, this scene in Endgame where Alexander Pierce walks into the Stark Tower, imagine if Robert Redford hadn't played this character. The continuity would be broken and therefore diminish the authenticity of the story, which is exactly what makes this episode so great. Paul Bettany even came back to do voiceovers for less than 5 lines. Anyway, the episode opens in Afghanistan the exact same way as it did in Iron Man back in 2008. Even the 2 soldiers getting killed who were guarding Tony, the animation has been directly ripped from the original Iron Man film. But in this one, instead of getting blown by his own made missile, he gets saved by Eric Killmonger, who literally hurls the missile even without the powers of Black Panther. This immediately establishes the extreme strength and ability of Killmonger. Then we get a glimpse of what was supposed to happen, how Tony was destined to become one of the greatest superheroes of all time. But sadly, this event changed everything. And I love how Marvel overlapped the Killmonger theme with the Avengers and made it into one epic background score. Tony then holds a press conference answering questions regarding the incident in
Give me a drink.
Afghanistan. Here he publicly announces Killmonger as the new head of security, and this obviously shocks Pepper standing in the background, but not more than happy though, who says it was supposed to be him.
This is such a load of bull. It's supposed to be my promotion.
The one thing I'm really enjoying in this series is how much attention is given to each character's expression. For example, in this very scene, Pepper gets shot, but Happy becomes a bit sad. We can visually see the differences in their expression. They could have easily given both of them similar facial expressions, and nobody would have complained. But they still made sure the story is dictating everything, not the other way around. And no, if it wasn't an animated show, I wouldn't have counted this as a detail. We then see Christine Everhart for the second time in the show after episode 4. And yes, Leslie Bibb did the voiceover for the character as well. You know, she asks Killmonger what was he doing in Afghanistan in the first place. And to everybody's surprise, Killmonger admits he was there to kill Tony Stark, not save him. And he was working in an operation inside the 10 Rings. He even reveals that the operation was funded by none other than the COO of Stark Industries, Obadiah Stane. My guy even brought receipts to show as proof. As a result, Tony kicks Obadiah Stane from the company. Now, even if we take the sacred timeline into account, it makes perfect sense that Killmonger was in Afghanistan at the time of the attack. Here's why.
Killed America, Afghanistan, and all this death. Just so I could kill you.
Now, instead of keeping Killmonger as the new head of security.
don't know. You're just there, really. It's broken. The shit game is broken. It's broken. Fortnite is broken. Oh wait, I forgot I dropped the sniper. What? Yeah. Knee lock. What? You put it too close. Oh my gosh, this third zone, there's fucking 30 people. Jesus. Oh my god. So long to fucking switch slots. Christ, I hate controller. Yeah, I can't bother. I cannot be bothered to play this. Fucking 30 people in fucking third zone. Fuck that. 30 fucking people in third zone.